Mic check. Mic check. Mic check. Mic check. Mic check. Mic check. Okay, there we go. We're ready, Renee. Sorry about that.
Welcome. Thank you, everyone, for coming. My name is Renee Bowen, and on behalf of the 3rd District, I thank you for joining us for the Candidate Forum. This forum is designed to help residents hear directly from the candidates under equal time, rules, and consistent moderation. We are grateful for our moderator, Georgia Wortha, timekeeper, Mark Smith, and every volunteer and community member participating respectively in this civic process. To mayoral candidates, 3rd District councilman candidates, city clerk candidates, city treasurer candidates, Compton School Board candidates, 65th Assembly District candidate, and Los Angeles County Sheriff candidates for their commitment and dedication to public service. And again, I welcome you all. Thank you. I need the program. Okay. Where's my program? I don't have the order of service. Where it says like
That's a program. You guys need the questions or what?
no. Okay, it's for the no this no for the person's coming up to do the prayer.
Oh, here it is. It's
Okay, I got it.
opening. It's on.
Okay. Next, we will have our opening prayer. This is the program. Opening prayer by Miss Lizzie Lee.
Good morning. It's a beautiful day to meet under the canopy of a blue sky on a spring day. We want to invite God into our meeting and we'll be ready to move forward. Thank you, God, for allowing us to meet at this particular time, this historical moment in our community. We pray that this meeting will be informative and that we will receive the information we need in order to cast our vote for the person that would help move this city forward. We thank you for the opportunity you've given us to be a part of this setting, that we will be able to vote knowing exactly what the issues are and those that will move the city forward. We thank you for this opportunity. In Jesus Christ's name, amen.
Hmm? You want me to get started?
Right, and talk about you want to like read the book.
Well, I don't have the rules, but I think I can pretty much get them. Okay?
Okay.
All right.
Oh, let me pass out these candidate cards.
Are you ready?
Okay, I should maybe tell me that if you have any questions, I'll put pass out the card.
Okay, I'll do all that. I'll tell them.
Okay. Do you want the card? And then I'll have the
You can
card.
pass out the cards.
And
I'll
the
just tell
pens.
them.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. morning, everyone. Let's see. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. I usually have a loud voice anyway, but I think we have it. Okay, once again, good morning, everyone. I'm going to be your moderator this morning, and my name is Georgia Huerta, so I'm going to be the moderator of this program. And as you know, this is the Community Candidate Forum, and really the purpose is to empower, and that's what we want to be. We want to empower the citizens of the community so that they can vote intelligently, and by doing that, it definitely strengthens the community and help hold our political candidates responsible for the things that they say that they're going to do. So, first of all, I just want to go over a few ground rules. We will be taking questions from the audience. We're going to take 2 questions from the audience. Someone will pass around a 3x5 index card and a pen. So if you have a question, write it on the index card. And we'll be passing out the index cards for each candidate that's going to speak. If you have a question, put it on the index cards. Also, we're going to have our candidates introduce themselves. They're going to have about a minute to introduce themselves, and then we're going to start with the questions. And I think we're at a point that we are going to start with the 3rd District Councilman candidates, and that is Mr. Jonathan Bowers and also Mr. Randall Hooks. It appears that Mr. Hooks is not with us yet this morning, but we're going to proceed anyway. Mr. Jonathan Bowers have been here like 45 minutes, so we are going to get started. We appreciate him being on time and his dedication. So at this time, Mr. Bowers, you don't have a mic, do you?
Here's one.
Let me give you this one.
You want to tell him how long?
Okay. And just for information for the candidates, when it's your opportunity to speak, we're going to give you 1 minute to introduce yourselves, and then we'll be asking 2 pre-decided questions. You have up to 3 minutes to answer each question. When you see the green sign, that means you can start. The yellow sign means that you only have 30 seconds left, so sort of wrap it up. And then the red sign is, that's it, stop. That's it, no more. So we want you to think about what you want to say to us. And I think we can get started. Okay, Mr. Jonathan Bowers, the first question that I'm going to ask you, sir, is how will you support local businesses and bring economic opportunities to this district?
Thank you for that question. I currently support our local businesses and are attempting to attract businesses to our community. One of the ways that I would go about that is by utilizing we have recently had broadband installed in our city, and that would afford us attraction to like tech companies and things like that. The city, to move it into the 21st century, we need to utilize technology, and that would be one of the key factors. Right now, Compton is not very business friendly. The other area of approach would be our building and safety department. It needs a bit of an overhaul. That would help to ease the permit and licensing process. It's somewhat difficult right now in Compton, but I think those are 2 of the main things that would open the floodgates, if you will, to attract businesses to Compton and just ease that process.
Okay, then. All right, then. And Mr. Bowers, I should have asked you the first question, which would be, would you take a minute to introduce yourself? And, I'm I'm quite sure everyone knows you, but would you please do that anyway?
Okay. I'm Jonathan Bowers, a Compton native. My career in public service began in 1979 as an emergency medical technician at Martin Luther King Hospital and as a firefighter with the Compton Fire Department. I recently retired as captain with the Los Angeles County Fire Department. I possess the education, training, executive level experience. I'm a passionate advocate and volunteer servicing my local community for more than 30 years. I'm running for re-election because Compton is at a turning point. We need experienced leadership that understands our history and has a clear blueprint for our future. I'm running because our community demands fiscal responsibility. We deserve leadership that listens, includes, and delivers as mandated by state audits. I'm running for election because our neighborhoods matter. Safety must be a priority. Our seniors matter. Our youth matter. Our families matter. I'm running to guarantee that District 3 and the city always have strong, transparent voice at City Hall. Thank you.
You're welcome. Our second question is, what is one specific change you want to accomplish for this district if you are reelected, and how will you make it happen?
One specific change, that's kind of a difficult question because we need several things to occur. Public safety is still a priority, but that's not just affecting District 3, it's the city as a whole. We have had great improvement over my period in the seat here. I would like to see the infrastructure improvement in District 3 as well as the city, but like, for example, Central Avenue, our medians, it needs attention. We've done Wilmington, but there's other areas of the district that need attention as well. I would like to see them move a little faster on resurfacing the streets, like in the neighborhoods and whatnot. Those are some of the things, but I have a list a mile long.
Okay, then, let's see if we have a question from the audience that they would like for you to answer. Do you? I'm going to ask you this question. And it's a question that is often asked, but to me it has a lot of power behind it. And the question is, are you a team builder or a team player?
I'm both. My whole career.
Explain that.
Well, so again, my career has been in the fire service. I spent most of my life in the fire service, but every job that I've had, it took teamwork to be successful. Working in the emergency department, if all of the staff is not working together, somebody dies. Same thing with the fire department. In order for us to accomplish the mission, we have to work as a team. As a supervisor or captain, that's my job to build that team and maintain them.
Okay, then, great. Do we have any other questions? Just this one? This one question is person-specific, but I think it relates to the entire community, and it's regarding an infrastructure question, and the question revolves around sidewalk issues, that there are sidewalk issues in the community that needs to be rectified, to be repaired, and will you have a budget if you are reelected for this district to address those types of issues?
Yes, that's a good question. We do have the funds for it, and the sidewalk repairs have actually begun already.
Okay.
So, again, it's just behind many years, so we're playing catch up. But that process has already started.
All right then. Thank you. Are there any other questions for Mr. Bowers? No. Well, you have one?
Some time ago, we voted for the infrastructure of getting the water department redone. What happened with that, and why? What are we doing with that, about that?
Could you repeat, please?
The infrastructure regarding the water department. From time to time, we get really brown water out of the faucet with no explanation. What happened to the infrastructure underground with our water system? Because I remember we voted to have that done some years ago.
So with our water infrastructure, they've actually been working on that. We've spent millions of dollars upgrading our system. You see brown water oftentimes. That's the rust in the pipes. The system should be flushed periodically. But we have upgraded most of our wells. We've addressed our groundwater because when you use so much groundwater, what they call forever chemicals, PFOS and PFAS, they become more concentrated. So we have to put water back through WRD, Water Reclamation District. We put water back into the ground, and it helps to dilute those chemicals as well. But before you can actually drink that water, it still goes through a process of cleaning the water. So this is currently in place right now, but we have spent quite a bit of money on upgrading our water system.
Okay. And one last question.
Somebody,
What, behind me?
I have a question.
yes, ma'am.
I'm Nancy. I live in the 3rd district. My question is, I'm always at the council meetings, but my question is, I noticed that they have developments building on Compton and Dwight, and on Tejada and Compton. Now, I think back some time ago, we was having an issue with the fire department apparatus for the height. God forbid if something happened to one of those developments and they're 3-4 feet high, do we have the equipment to go and assist the fire?
Absolutely. So with respect to the height of the building, the average ladder truck is about 100 to 110 feet. That can easily make it to 5 stories.
So we do have it.
Yes, we do. Our ladder truck is 110 feet, I believe. It's 100 or 110. But it can easily reach up to 5 stories.
Okay.
And it's one of our newest apparatus, our ladder truck. So it's ready to go. We've had it when we purchased all the equipment at the same time. So they're all under that same umbrella. Yes. Mark, she has a question. You said, does Compton have more than one water company?
Yes.
Yes. There's Golden State, there's Liberty, there's Compton Water, and there's one more. It used to be Sativa, but it was taken over by LA County. So it's about 4 different water companies in the city of Compton.
So when you mentioned working on the water, that consists of all the...
Talking to the mic, I can't hear you.
When you talk about the water, when you work on the water, you working with all the water companies or just Compton Water?
So ours is with Compton Water, but we do interact with the other water companies as well.
So the people that don't have Compton Water, they have to go to that water company instead of you?
That's correct. They would contact that company.
Then we're going to ask one last question. Councilman Bowers, I guess. Is there a fund to assist the residents with moving towards a drought-tolerant yard? You know, whether or not there's funds set aside for that?
Currently, I'm not sure, but we did have that, and that was through our water department. That money may be exhausted, but we just have to follow up with the water department. They were offering incentives, if you will, to like remove your lawn and what have you. So
Right.
that I would have to follow up on that one.
All right, then. Thank you.
I just wanted to ask, since you were saying that about, you have to follow up with your water company, is that too the same thing? Because over here we have Liberty, as far as the drought tolerant yard.
Well, the city of Compton, it's just through the water department. Doesn't mean if your water is Liberty that you can't take advantage of that. We're just talking about, with respect to the drought tolerant, plants and what have you.
Mm-hmm.
But if you have water issues,
Okay.
then that's either Compton or Liberty.
And as far as that, you said you were going to follow up on that. How would I find out about it once it's followed up on?
You can give me your information or you can contact me.
I'm going to give it to you.
Okay.
Okay, then. Well, thank you. Any other questions? If not, we would like to thank Councilman Bowers. Any other questions? No? Code enforcement. Did you write down a code enforcement question?
Not just noise, but they don't seem to enforce the code. They say they have a code, but nobody seems to enforce it.
Councilman Bowers, I'm not quite sure what the question is, but her question is regarding code enforcement, that there are various codes that should be enforced in the third district, maybe like noise, things like that, and they're not really being enforced.
So there has been an issue with code enforcement citywide. The city is down. Our staff is down probably almost 200 employees. They recently began hiring again for parking enforcement and code enforcement. So it was short staffed. So it is starting to pick up. But yeah, they did fall behind with regards to some of the enforcement. You're
Okay,
correct.
then. All right. Well, then we want to thank you for coming out today. We want to thank you for answering more than 4 questions. And thank you.
All right. Thank
All
you.
right.
Thank you all. Appreciate it.
A moment. Yes, we're going to change the nameplates. We're going to change the nameplates and bring up some different candidates right now. So give us just a moment. Do we have all the mayor candidates here? We have all of them?
Not all of them. We got three
Huh?
of them, because only 5 is on the show.
Okay. With the 3 candidates for mayor, would you come up and take a seat on the front row? Yours would be right there. Right there. And it's fine with me.
Ooh, y'all hot out there?
It's not that hot under the tent.
Huh? Y'all fan? I got some fan. Y'all need some fan.
We have a breeze.
Y'all can fan. They supplied
Okay.
us with some good water.
Yes, remove that. And Mr. Bradley, is that your nameplate? You may want to move it over a little bit more. There we go.
I think I see the weight limit on these chairs.
Well, we're not liable if you fall.
Not at all. I thought it was just me. It's all the protein.
Okay, we have our 3 of our candidates for mayor. We were expecting 2 additional ones, so if they arrive while there are questions for these candidates, then we're going to add them. But since they are here and we are here, we are going to get started with asking them some questions. If you have any candidates, if you have any questions for the mayor's candidates, get a 3x5 card, write the question down so that once I ask these couple of questions, we'll be able to ask your questions. And I already have one question from the audience already that I'm going to ask. So I am going to start with the following question, and I'm going to start with Marlo Wilkerson. Uh, we're still in the morning. Good morning to all three of you. Well, it's too late for that. What we're going to do prior to me asking the questions, I'm quite sure you know the rules regarding time. I'm going to allow each one of you 1 minute to introduce yourselves. And then after that, we will ask questions. And as for the questions, no longer than 3 minutes for each question. So I'm going to start with Mr. Wilkinson first. I'm going to allow him to introduce himself. And then I'm going to ask the first question. Then I'm going to go to Bishop Leroy Guillory, have him introduce himself and ask the second question. And then lastly, I'm going to Mr. Omar Bradley, have him introduce himself and then ask another question. I'm quite sure all three of you are familiar with our timekeeping. Green means let's get started. Yellow means you have about 30 seconds, so you may be wanting to wind it down. And red is stop. Okay? Starting with Mr. Wilkinson, sir, would you take 1 minute and introduce yourself?
Sure. Thank you so much for that, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you guys for being out. My name is Marlo Wilkerson. I am born and raised right here in the city. I'm in the 3rd District, just over by Miracle Market. I went to Longfellow University, Longfellow Elementary.
I'm quite sure there is a Longfellow.
I'm going all the way up, right? So Longfellow, Walton Junior High School, and Compton High. At that point in time, I attempted to get to San Diego State, but I could not afford it. So my mom told me, you know, you want something, you go out and get it. So I went out and got a job. I've been in corporate America ever since. Those of you that remember, I ran Sports Chalet. Any of you remember that store? I ran 5 of the 7 top stores in that market. Top market in the retail world is 10 million plus. I was in marketing. I also handle conflict resolution. And I'm also a Toastmaster. Those of you that know Toastmasters, I've been in Toastmasters for a very long time. At my tenure, when I was in Toastmasters running the district, I was the Obama of District 1, which is the district that we are in. And I led us to the #1 distinguished district in the entire world. We are in 147 countries, and I was number 10 out of all of them. My background with being in teams and things of that nature, we have some very successful teams, and I moved to not only bring the city back where it should be, but where people are actually proud to speak of Compton and moving forward.
This is the first question, but all three of you have to answer.
Can we all introduce ourselves?
Well, you'll get a chance, Mr. Bishop Guillory. All right? Then this is how we're going to do it. I am going to have the question. All three of you need to answer this question. And then once you answer this question, then we'll go on to the next one. But you know what, Bishop Guillory, you may have a point there. I'm going to let you guys first introduce yourselves, the last two. And then, Mr. Guillory, we're going to start with you second. You have 1 minute to introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Bishop Guillory. I guess I don't need an introduction. I'm known as the fighter. And since birth, I guess I've been doing that. My mother said that I was a breech birth, so therefore I've been fighting my whole entire life. And right now I'm fighting for you. Many of us that sit in these seats don't even recognize that our city manager is in a fight to be the city manager. He was sent home on leave, and apparently the vote was not the vote that should have taken place according to his contract. So as we sit in our seats right now, without a controller, without a person that is an attorney that we elected or was appointed by the city, as we sit right now, we have a HR person that is in office that was not duly appointed to that position. So as we sit here today, I don't need an introduction, but we do need to get our city back in shape. We have our budget that is due in June. And while they're finagling around with our city manager, we don't have a budget. And we're on the verge of going into receivership. Thank you. I'm Bishop Leroy Guillory.
Mr. Bradley?
Just 1 second. That's why they didn't want you to introduce yourself, because you was going to start answering questions.
That's right. We didn't get an introductory, did we?
My name is Omar Bradley Jr. My name follows me everywhere, and I'm not going to talk about the Bradleys today. I'm going to talk about the Howards in Miss Street. Ellery Street, Paula Howard, Lonnie Howard, Baxter Howard, Robin Howard, Andrea Howard, all decided by committee that myself, my cousin Londi, my cousin Gary Sanchez, all had to attend Caldwell Elementary. So that's where I attended elementary school, right here. My mom wouldn't let me go to Centennial. My dad wouldn't let me go to Compton, but they agreed that I couldn't go to Dominguez, so I went to Linwood. I have a bachelor's degree in criminal justice, and I did that so I can stop the crime here. I have a master's degree in public administration with an emphasis in city government, and I did that so that I could help the city here. I did this because I believe that this is what Compton deserves. We don't need any more people getting a hair up something and deciding, I just want to run, and they hand out backpacks and they hand out utensils for school. We need people with the education, not because I feel that's what's best, but because as a resident, I feel that that is what you deserve. You've earned it, Compton. 30 years is enough. You deserve someone who decided to not run until he went to school and got it. You decided to have somebody that is not running because his dad was the mayor and he could do a good job. I went out and I got it first so I could share it with you.
Thank you. Okay, the first question, and we're going to start with Mr. Wilkerson again. What is your plan to deal with abandoned properties in neighborhood blight?
Ooh, you must have knew I was a licensed realtor.
All right.
I am absolutely so excited for this question here, because not only will this help our economy, it would also be enticing to individuals that want to come here and start businesses. We talk about economy. First off, we need to make it attractive for it to come here. Not only do we need to address the individuals that have these properties, have conversations with them, and perhaps maybe we can take them over. I was a part of a decision made in Long Beach where up and down Long Beach Boulevard and Atlantic, the city took over most of those vacant properties, et cetera, or made the owners address them. If they didn't put something up, they have to put a fence up to where it's not looking like we're a city of old. Again, as people are coming to our cities to start businesses here, because in our neighborhoods, we spend the most money in most demographic neighborhoods, but we spend it elsewhere. So I would like to not only see us address these things, either taking over or have the ownerships do something with them, but we need more Compton spent companies, all right here. Talking to several individuals, the first thing they told me is I don't even stay in Compton. I come outside my house and I get on the freeway and I shop elsewhere. This is something that we need to change. We're talking about our infrastructure. We're talking about our economy and things of this nature. We need to make it attractive to shop here in the city of Compton. So I would have conversations with them. Hopefully we can get them to either turn them over, and we can turn them into businesses and things of that nature, and at the very least make it at least attractive. So when you're driving up and down Compton Boulevard, you don't see 4 or 5 vacant lots in a row.
Bishop Guillory, the same question, your answer. You should answer the question within 3 minutes. And the question is, once again, what is your plan to deal with abandoned properties and neighborhood blight?
So, number one, the city can only eminent domain for parking. We have a problem with parking right here in the 3rd District. These streets were not made for 50 cars in one house. So, as your public safety commissioner in the past, we made the recommendations to the city, eminent domain these vacant lots that's owned by trust with people that have been dead for many, many years, and the trust just hold on to the property. Let's eminent domain it and make parking structures out of it. That will give not only a job for for a parking attendant and our security, but it will also give parking for the people that's in the community. So when you do want to give an event and you want people to be able to park and be shuttled over, right? The second thing is you have these buildings that's basically vacant, but trucks are coming in there in and out on a constant basis. They have no business license, but they're doing business. So I would like to make sure that not only our code enforcement get involved with it, but our city attorney gets involved with it. You know, if you're doing business and you're not a business, right? Maybe we should make a parking lot out of that structure so that the city can make money. We make money on taxes. And if you're making money and you're not paying taxes, we have a problem with that. Now, I want to address the elephant in the room. Most of us that live here, that's out here, we're paying taxes. And we're paying a lot of taxes. And we have people that are absent owners that are not paying taxes. They're just paying their share of property taxes on structures that have been tore down, so it's just a lot, right? And when we get on them, they'll cut the grass. That's not helping us. We need to make them participate. So we give them 120 days to turn in some type of plans of what they're going to do with that property, or the city go ahead and start the process of eminent domaining it so that we can clear up and clean up our community. We can't make people come to Compton, but we can make it look beautiful. We can make it look nice so that when people come in, they'll say, hey, I like that city. I'm going to move in that city. The other thing is that there's a lot of these places that if we put in Bellflower, you see these big containers that they've made eateries out of. That would be wonderful on some of these lots. I don't just see our lots for fireworks and for Christmas trees. Let's have eateries where people can come and put our kids to work. They can also be contributors. The seniors and us property owners, we can't continue to just hold all of the burden on our backs. We need for the city to make it plausible for us to be here. Thank you very much. My name is Bishop Leroy Guillory.
And you're running for mayor. Thank you. I got the vote? No, sir. May I ask a question, please? Okay. Again, do you mind?
Bradley, the question is, what is your plan to deal with abandoned properties and neighborhood blight?
Abandoned properties and neighborhood blight. Well, this is where my degree in criminal justice and my degree in public administration come in. We all know what recidivism is. The act of our young men and women returning to prison. We all know what community policing is. Trying to get them out of that mindset of going to prison and back and forth by giving them opportunities. So I would have to disagree with the other two candidates. My idea would be to reinstate something that my dad brought in the 90s, which actually was a methodology to lower crime, Project Redirect. And what Project Redirect did was we took young men who were constantly going to jail from the age of 15 to 25, and we gave them jobs, and we paid them. And for 2 weeks, they learned how to paint a house. Then after that 2 weeks, they moved on to the next house where they learned how to roof. And when those kids were learning how to roof, another group of kids were learning electrical. And at the end of the program, what we did was we allowed them, if they were in that 20s age group, the opportunity to buy the home. And when they have a house to own and bring their kids, guess where they're not going to be? They're not going to be in front of your house. They're not going to be drinking. They're not going to be hanging out because, see, responsibility makes people grow up really fast. I have 4 children, all college graduates. I have 7 grandchildren now. If you don't know, I'm almost 50 years old. But these are the things that we have to do. See, you can't have one part problem, one part solution. You have to have one part solution for 3-part problem. You have to be able to solve 3 problems or more with one solution. We are cash strapped as a community. It would be a waste of money to say, do this to fix this. If you do one thing to fix one thing, it is ineffective in public administration. You must have one thing that solves 3 things or more. This is why you go to school for this. So Operation Redirect. We have a workforce here. We just heard Councilman Bauer say that we have an issue with hiring. You want to know why your property taxes are the way they are? There's something nefarious behind it, but I'll go into just what we need. The city was supposed to be the largest employer, and it was supposed to employ people from Compton. And they were supposed to pay into the property taxes. But when you hire people that don't live in Compton, or they move out of Compton, they retain their job with the city, guess what? They're not going to come. They're not going to come on time. I was just putting my sign up at 9:30 at night, and I saw a truck with the city logo right behind me driving around. Yesterday was Friday. We Monday through Thursday, as far as I know, and the city ain't open at 9:30 at night. And we know you getting that gas right over there at the yard, and you paying for it. So we got to stop the leak.
All right. Our next question.
And I'm running for mayor.
The next question, I'm going to read it, and we're going to start with you, Bishop Leroy Guillory, to answer this question. How will you address parking issues and neighborhood congestion in residential areas? And what are your plans to improve parking for future developments?
So let me just say this. I'm in support of anybody who decide that they have some solutions for the city of Compton. I don't have anything against young Omar Bradley. I don't have anything against this gentleman or anyone else that's running for mayor. The problems that we have in Compton are systemic, and we can't keep looking in the rearview mirror thinking we're going to get a result to go forward. Number one, the property right behind you, which is owned by the Southern Edison Company, they lease that property out to Ruiz Tree Services. For years, they've done that. I don't know what their contract is. I've never even seen a dime come to the Compton from the trees that they're selling. But I do know one thing. If the city told Edison, we want that property for parking, and we want you to tarmac it, put asphalt on it, put lines on it, so that the people that live in this community that want to walk up and down that street will have a place to park. Some things are practical. Now, this is what I tell my son, who's 37 years old. He's a college degree, served in the military. My daughter has a college degree. Wiley, home of the great debaters. I didn't raise my kids in Compton. I kind of felt a little some way about that, because my mother and my father, they raised 5 children here in Compton. They made sure that we all got a college degree as well, but we also applied the knowledge. There's a lot of people that don't own any property in Compton. You want to run a $270 million budget. That's our budget. And you can't run your own budget. I want somebody to feel the pain that I feel on the 15th when I got to write the check for my taxes. That's real. And I need more than just a piece of paper to show that you know what you're doing. Let me see with your life. The issues that businesses, I'm not talking to you. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about the person that's in office right now. I'm not running against these people. I'm running against the person that is in office right now. The person who lives with her daughter and her son-in-law. okay, that don't have to feel the same way that we feel when we write that check, that can allow a city manager to be put on leave when you have a budget to complete. We got to stop playing games. Some people are likable, and I might not be that likable, even though I just went and walked 2 miles for autism. That's why I don't have a suit on, you guys. But let me say this. We got to love each other. I love my nephew. I want everyone in Compton to succeed. But about paying these bills, I need somebody that's paying bills like I'm paying.
Thank you. Would you pass the mic to Mr. Bradley, please? I'm going to read the question one more time.
Thank you.
How will you address parking issues in neighborhood congestion in residential areas? And what are your plans to improve parking for future developments?
So I'm going to speak with the National Board of Transportation of Highway and Safety, because our issues are bigger than simply parking. They will help you pay the federal government if you word it correctly, which is for traffic calming conditions. I don't know if you know, but these sidewalks serve multiple purposes: to help the drainage system to the ocean, but also for crime as well. This is a complex issue because, as most of you know, we still have pipes that are made of wood. And those are not small pipes. Those are rather large pipes. They're made of cedar, and they're wrapped with metal. They're 100 years old. Now, when you have 100-year-old pipes, on average, studies show that we lose about 40% of our water. No one knows if that 40% goes to your bill, but we lose about 40% of our water. And when you have the water pressure going down, you have sediment going into the pipes, you have water leaving and pressing up against your asphalt, and you have too many cars on your asphalt, you have pressure coming from both sides. And so this is an engineering question. And nobody's going to answer you that because, to be honest with you, fixing old pipes is not sexy. It's not newsworthy. It's not something that's going to get attention. But here's the thing. There's no need for Measure P if you fix the piping and if you go to the federal government to fix your sidewalks, because there's funding for cities that are over 100 years old. There's funding for it. So I would go to the experts, the National Transportation and Highway and Safety Board, and say we need traffic calming, because guess what? Like I said, one-part solution to three-part problems. We're addressing the lights if we're going to address the sidewalks. We're addressing the curbs if we're going to address the sidewalks. And we're addressing the streets if we're going to fix the sidewalks. Now, I don't know, but one of us may have to go see Donald Trump. I don't want to answer for the other two brothers, but you know my pedigree. I'll go up there and I'll get it for us and bring it home, because that is what is required now. No more money on your watch. Let's go up there and get it.
All right, thank you. And pass the mic down to Mr. Wilkerson. Sir, do you need me to read the question again? Please. Right then. How will you address parking issues and neighborhood congestion in residential areas? And what are your plans to improve parking for future developments?
First things first, we have to go and get the experts to give us all the information that we need. That is a must. This is something that we have to do extensive testing on to find out exactly how we can address it, and what we'll actually need. The Richmond Farms is doing a test right now with the parking permits, etc. That's a Band-Aid. That's a Band-Aid. depending on how that's going to work is how we move throughout the city. But we need to go out and make sure that we have individuals that are in this game do the proper testing to find out exactly what we can and will do. Now, we have enough vacant lots and things of that nature, but those are the main boulevards. We're talking about the residential streets. So you have a neighbor that has 15 cars, and most of the time they never get moved, etc. Well, one way we can immediately impact this is code enforcement get these vehicles off the streets. If they're not registered, 6 months or more, you don't even need to knock on the door. You can tow them. If they're left more than 4 or 5 days, they come by, they mark the tire, and let you know that we're coming back. So there's little things that we can do that's not going to cost us a ton of money that we can do right now. But for me, I'm going to the experts. I'm going to find out exactly what we can do based on our demographic in our city per district to find out exactly what we can do. And then I would consult with my team and we make a decision together and move forward. Because if we're going to go back and forth with one another, ladies and gentlemen, no matter who's in office, it's not going to work. We need to work as one accord for the community.
That leads me into my next question, and I'm going to start with Mr. Bradley with this question. And the question is, are you a team builder or a team player?
I would say I'm both. I've spent my life building teams and actually sitting the back and playing for the team. I know when I'm not the smartest person in the room, I have to step back and listen to others. Let's elaborate on that. Let's say Mr. Wilkinson is on a council and I'm on a council, and I just listened to what he said. And I would come back and say, well, let's just give some neighborhoods the power to formulate a HOA. Now, why would we do that? Well, we already heard from the councilman that we don't have enough city employees to do some of the things that was talked about previously. But if we empower some responsible residents in their neighborhood to create a HOA, here's what happens. You can write the fine. You could bill it. And then they have to pay you. I think everybody is a little bit tired of code enforcement, parking enforcement, writing tickets on cars with streets that are not paved. Why is it that I have to follow the rules, but you can't follow the rules? Why is it that I have to come outside and see the potholes, but you want me to move my car up for a trash can? Or you're going to write me a ticket if I'm blocking my own driveway. Now, my grandfather wouldn't let anybody block his driveway. He would come at you with a butcher knife. But that was the 70s. But you shouldn't write a ticket for me because you can't solve parking and I'm blocking my own driveway. I know a lot of people don't like HOAs, but here's the thing. Where's the money going when you pay that $500 ticket? It certainly isn't going to paving the potholes. It certainly isn't going to cleaning the medians. But what if you wrote it? What if you and your committee created the fine and they had to come and bring it to you? And then after the third time, they don't listen to the HOA and the city has to come out. You get a 60-40 split if the city has to come. 60% to the HOA, 40% service fee to the city for them having to come out. But it's time that your dollars recycle back to you for your neighborhood. I'll end there.
Thank you. Would you pass to Mr. Wilkerson? Mr. Wilkerson? The same question, sir. Are you a team builder or a team player, and why?
I am a team builder, team player, and team dreamer. Absolutely. You have to be all of these if you're going to do anything as far as a team, ladies and gentlemen. There's several reasons why it's imperative to have a team under one accord. We have seen for decades the lack of the lack of execution, the lack of planning. All of these things need to take place. If the three of us are on a panel, we're having conversations, planning. You absolutely must become one to be able to support you. We work for you, ladies and gentlemen. We're all service individuals for the city. What I would do is make all of this transparent. Everyone loves to know what's going on. Not only will you know what we're doing in our planning within a limit, there are some things that we need to keep within our team. However, you are informed of our team. You know a timeline of our team, and you can check in real lifetime. If we can't measure it, we can't track it. We absolutely need to be able to track everything that we do. We talk about where's our tax dollars going, etc. I will show you. I will show you where your tax dollars are going, how much of your tax dollars is going, and what it's actually supporting. So you have to build that team. I've had teams over my entire life. I didn't get to number one in the distinguished Toastmaster from having over 4,000 people not being able to have a team. First off, you find out what the best things, best practices. You're good at this. Omar said it earlier. If you're the smartest person in the room, you need to get to a new room. It's imperative that you surround yourself with individuals that not only know things that you don't know, but you're on the same accord. If you're on this council or running for this council and you don't have the community at first hand, what are you really here for? Because it's all about you, ladies and gentlemen. It's all about you. So you build these teams, you track these teams, and you hold everyone accountable. And by the way, you all see it all firsthand.
Bishop Guillory, let me read the question for you again.
No need.
Excuse me?
I don't need you to read.
Well, I'm going
Go
to
ahead.
read the question
Go
again.
ahead. I don't want a confrontation. Just
Are you a team builder or team player?
Okay, so I am both. Number one, I realize that the mayor only has one vote. Okay, one vote. The title doesn't mean anything because if you take the title and you go to Beverly Hills to Maestro's and you give them your card and says, I don't have a reservations, but I'm the mayor of Compton, they're going to call the police on you. So I'm just practical, all right? I'm going to put all of that aside and say about working as a team. You have to work and respect the other colleagues that you have on the dais. You can't do anything. That's why when I answer my questions, I don't say me, my, and I. Because me, my, and I don't do anything. I learned that being the son of a woman whose mother worked in the fields. Okay? Compton is being ran right now by people that don't respect the fact that it's us. It's us against them. And if we're Team Compton, then we're Team Compton. I need for you all to know that it hurts my heart to see the fighting and bickering that's taking place in our city council meetings. And to know that one council member feels like if I don't get the other two council members or the mayor on my team, then I won't be able to do anything. But if you're doing right by the community, shouldn't they all be in line and supporting you anyway? The mayor has to be a leader. The mayor has to be able to say the tough things that need to be said, whether people clap or not, whether they bring their own rootin' every week people to the council. Do the right thing. You have to be able to understand how the mannequisms, all of the mechanics of politics work. That's why they call it political science. It's a science. And you have to be able to negotiate with your colleagues to say, this is important to the city, but this is the budget. Mama used to call it robbing Peter to pay Paul. I don't know if many of you don't realize that back in the day when you had Pac Bell and AT&T and my mother would take the check for AT&T and put it in Pac Bell's or in another envelope and they would send it back. They wouldn't charge her late fees. They wouldn't turn off the phone, but they would send it back and say, you made a mistake. You wrote the wrong name on here. And she'd be like, okay. By that time, the county, she worked for DPSS, they'd be sent their check. And she'd be able to pay it. So you got to have team members on your board, on the council. And you have to respect them. When somebody sends you an invitation to say, I would like to have the mayor and council, don't just show up by yourself. Tell your colleagues. Let everyone know that we are a team. We are a family. And even if I dislike you or disrespect you, tomorrow is a different day. God bless you. My name is Bishop Leroy Guillory.
This is a question from the audience, and we're going to start with Mr. Wilkinson with this question, please. The question is, why are you interested in the position as mayor, and what is your personal agenda?
This is something that I've been thinking about for quite some time, due to being a resident in there and paying what we pay and not getting things done for us. I am a part of the cliche being the people, but it's a real thing. You look, we talk about code enforcement, we talk about the water department, we talk about the leadership, we talk about the taxes, all of these things. I'm an international director in the world of Toastmasters. What that means to you, ladies and gentlemen, that I'm all over the place. And people shake my hand and say all these nice things, and then they introduce me, distinguished Toastmaster out of District 1 from Compton, California, and everybody stands back. I'm very competitive, and I'm very passionate about my city. That bothers me. We need to not only change what people feel about this city, we could also prove it by turning the city around. I want to be a part of that. I want to be, what's my personal agenda? Changing our city, bringing it back to the forefront. I speak to people every day in our city, and I would say probably 40% of them tell me, I only live here because this is what I could afford. That bothers me. As a licensed realtor, I'm excited that you bought the house, etc., but that bothers me. I have pride for our city. There's individuals that have been here longer than I have that have given up. And I'm multi-talented. See, I just grabbed that. The things that we need to do as a city is bring our pride back in so many different ways. My team said, let it go. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. But these are things that I want to do within the city. I am passionate about the city, and I want to be a part of moving forward with the city. And these are the reasons why I stepped up to be the mayor.
Okay, thank you.
One family, one city.
Thank you. Bishop Guillory, the same question to you, sir. Why are you interested in the position of mayor, and what is your personal agenda?
Because we're on the verge of bankruptcy and going into receivership. I was satisfied being your public safety commissioner, the chairman, dealing with the street takeovers, the illegal vendors, the cartel bringing drugs and people into our city. I was very complacent with just fighting and being the face of the fight until I was asked to resign. And when I was asked to resign by the mayor, I said, okay, I'll take 24 hours to think about it. And since it took 4 votes to remove me, and she only had her and Bowers, I didn't have to step down. I could have said, no, thank you, I'm going to stay. But I said, you know what? I don't want to serve anybody that don't want me to serve them. So I said, I will step down as public safety chairman, dealing with the sheriff's department, the fire department, dealing with code enforcement, dealing with all the issues that plagued our city. Our crime had peaked, and we started to bring it down. So when she asked for my job and brought Ronald the rapist in, and we had to get into a poking match, I decided that, you know what, maybe it is too much. I have to be the leader that I am. I assisted her in becoming the mayor. I've assisted a number of people in becoming the mayor. I've assisted a number of people becoming the city council persons. But at some point, you have to step up and you got to do the work if you want it done right. Now, unlike some people, I've lived in home HOAs. Unlike some people, I've seen HOA come and say, if you don't do this to your house, we're going to make you sell it. And you give up that right to be able to do that. Okay? So let me say this. It is important that we think about what we've seen in this mayor. 5 years. No state of the city address. Right? Now that we're in a campaign, you want to have a state of the city. There's a number of reasons why I have to be the mayor. There's some things that I have to fix. I'm only going to do one term. I'm not going to take a salary. I'm not going to use a city credit card. And when I'm done in that one term, which is 4 years, I will pass the baton for someone who has went to school and educated themselves to be able to do the work. But there's a whole lot of fighting that has to be done before we get to that place. This city is right now in shambles. And we don't have leadership in the city right now. And the people that are endorsing the mayor, all the way from the congresswoman all the way down, you look around the city and you say, wait a minute, in your district, it looks like trash. As you drive into Compton, it looks like trash. How are you endorsing somebody to come into Compton and it looks like trash in your district? See, the one thing I do love about my nephew and his dad is they would fight the politicians up above that if they didn't want to do the right thing. Time is up for being pleasant and nice. And what you see in me is that fight, and it's not fake.
Before I get started, was that HOA already established when you bought the home and moved there?
Absolutely.
So then you had to adhere to their guidelines. Right. See, you guys need to understand that when I say create HOAs, you create the guidelines for your HOA. So if you don't want to take somebody's property, don't. I'm talking about your money back in your pocket. Now, I understand the question. But let me say why I love Councilman Bowers. I love Councilman Bowers because he's a firefighter. Firefighters are sticklers for the rules. If you've ever been to a party and they told you to have 200 people and you had 201, the firefighters come and shut it down. They don't care. And that's what you see in him. That's what you see in him at every council meeting. I got him a Bridget. He wants people to simply follow the rules. He doesn't want an interpretation. He wants people to go by the charter. Now, I'm not saying this because he's in my face, because he was working at King in 79 and I was born in 77. I was 2. But this is my agenda. Adherence to the city charter and nothing more than that. We have a charter that's worked for years. Now people got bright ideas. Now let me tell you what happened to you, Compton. We had people that wanted to stop at-large voting and vote by district. The mayor is the only seat that is voted on by everybody. And they're one vote and they have no power. That means the one person that's voted on by everybody is the one that you disenfranchised. We have to go back to at-large voting. Do you want to know why? Because when you have vote by district, you create 3 vote blocks and nothing gets done for yours. I just need 2 more people. What you just said was illegal, dummy. You need everybody. You got to walk in with an entire council from day one. What is my agenda? Go back to the city charter. It was there. It helped us through. It helped black people after the 65 riots. It was the charter that got us through. If Douglas Dollar Hyde had no problem with the charter, why should I? If Walter Tucker III, the dentist, had no problem with the charter, why should I? If Omar, never mind. Listen, you had people go to court and they won because they said they were disenfranchised. But they disenfranchised everybody. Because if there's a voting block between the mayor and second and first, third and fourth are just out of business. And then you can't vote to get them out when you're angry. And that's what's happening to you today. But if you don't have the education to go up there to the judge and say, this is where you was wrong, we're going to keep this going. And just like the timekeeper said, it's time to stop.
was the last question?
Candidates, or are you calling me the mayor already? I'm sorry, fellas. I've been cracked. It's the name.
I have one last question for our candidates for mayor. And it may have been answered indirectly, but I'm just going to read it. And I believe last time I started with Mr. Wickerson. So, Mr. Guillory, Bishop Guillory, I'm going to ask you to answer this question first. Why should we, and when I say we, I mean the members, the residents of the 3rd District and anyone else in Compton who votes for mayor, and I think that's everybody, vote for you? Why should they vote for you?
Number one, because I understand the charter, I understand the law, and I understand why the city adhered to the lawsuit that was filed to break us up into districts. Number one, everyone elected in the city government offices are black. They're black. Breaking them up in district does not help the majority. It helps the minority. So the individuals that brought the lawsuit when Craig was the city attorney, and he was frantic about it, I was working in Washington, D.C. at the time. I said, settle it. Let them win. Because you have blacks, homeowners, in pocket in District 1, District 4, District 3, that are going to continue to vote until they die. The reason why you have no Latinos running in these races is because they understand that, number one, you all are passionate about these elections. You're going to get out and vote, the majority of you, because you're paying the bills. You're the adults. And I know a lot of people may not like it when I tell you, I'm unapologetically going to tell you the truth. It didn't help them. It hurt them. Because the majority of people that go out and vote in these districts, they look like you. Now, as the mayor, yeah, it did weaken the mayor. Because that person has to go out and get the majority of everybody to say, we want you to be the mayor. I don't have an ego. I don't care that I have to get more people to say they want me to have the title of mayor. I still have to respect the council persons and make them understand that this is the best for the city. This is what best. This is when those leadership skills kick in to make them feel like it's important for them to do what's necessary. I did not run for this seat because I have an ego. I need another title. And I'm glad he loves firefighters because I got $5 million from the government for organization FFRP. We're forest fire. We're the ones that went out to the Eaton fires. We're the ones that went out to the Palisades fires. And these are formerly incarcerated firefighters. These are guys that we expunge their records. We have over 863 inmates that came out of prison that we were able to put them through our academy. Now they're working with CAL FIRE and other local fire departments. So I'm glad he loved fire department. I love he loved firemen and what we do. I want you to think about this for a minute. If not now, then when? We have to stand up and fight for Compton. It's not about applause. It's about who's going to make sure that we're going to hold those employees accountable for the money that they're being paid. My name is Bishop Leroy Guillory, and I would like to have your vote for mayor.
Mr. Bradley, let's go to you. We're going to give Mr. Wilkinson the last word. Sir, why should the citizens of Compton vote for you for mayor?
I didn't really talk about my youth. Because really I didn't have one. Anytime my father wanted something done, he drugged me. So you'll hear me say we a lot. One time my dad decided that he and I were going to clean the canal alone. And that guy went and got some jumpsuits from Home Depot and a couple of regular masks. We both were sick for 3 weeks with 104-degree fever. When he coached Centennial High School, and it was my Saturday to go on a date, he said, "No, son, together we're going to take this fire hose and water the entire football field. Don't go anywhere. We're going to paint the bleachers. We're going to paint the goalposts. And then Mrs. whomever at the time wanted her parking space in front of her house painted red. We did that with his paint. Then all my Saturdays would be lined up because he would buy refrigerators for seniors, and I would have to be the guy to deliver the refrigerator, and I had no say about it. Missed basketball practices. Almost missed prom, almost missed my graduation because when my father said, get up and go over here and drop off this refrigerator, I had to go because my prom had nothing to do with whatever had came out of her old refrigerator that had broken. I may have the degrees, I may have the education, but I know you and you know me. I may not look the same because big me ate little me somewhere along the line, but some of you have gotten a Easter card or a Christmas card with my father on it, and there was a little guy, a stick figure, right in the middle. That was me. You might not be able to tell, but that was me. I've been in this city doing this job that I was born to do. I was bred into it. My grandfather came here from Alabama and lived in a chicken coop throwing potatoes on the train for 35 cents an hour. Through Compton greatness, he bought 7 houses and he owned an H gas station, Texaco, on Central and El Segundo. That's the beauty of Compton. We could start from nowhere and go somewhere. That's us. That is our fight. We are the hub city, but people don't understand. We really don't like LA. They don't like us. We don't like Inglewood. They don't like us. You could turn around, bust a U-turn, and go home. We Compton, we stand alone. Our high schools always beat your high schools, and your Brad Pye Jr. would write it in the paper that Compton High whooped Jordan, stomped him out. And it was a surprise to everybody in LA, but it wasn't no surprise to the people here.
Would you pass the mic to Mr. Wilkerson? Sir, why should the people of Compton vote for you as mayor?
Let's get right to it. Why are we all here? We all want something. We all want something for the community. Walk with me. Imagine this, being able to drive up and down the streets without overflow of cars everywhere, be able to drive up and down the street and not have takeovers everywhere. The bumps in the road are helping, but we don't like those either. The community needs to get back to community things. And that individual will be able to fight for you at any capacity, at any level. God is on my side. He brought the breeze because I am hot. Right. Ladies and gentlemen, I am a proven leader. Get things done. Our charter is our charter, but our charter hasn't been updated in decades. We need to bring it to 2026. We haven't had a new plan since 2014. There's a lot of things that we need to do. Not only, I remember one of the best advice I ever got from a mentor. He said, drop your freaking ego. And that whole point was, sometimes it's bigger than you, no matter what position you're in. I agree with Omar. I don't care about getting the name and my name's on the thing because the mayor does only have one vote. However, creating that team, if you guys are ready to be a part of history, vote Marlo Wilkerson because we will change this one step at a time with a plan, 5-year plan, fix these streets, infrastructure, got a plan for that. How many of you remember Pop Warner and T-ball and baseball? I played at Victory Park. We used to play against Gonzalez Park and Stevenson Park. Where are our kids playing sports now? I'll wait. Nowhere. We have no programs for none of our children. I grew up right on the other side of Central, right around the corner from, right around the corner from Miracle Market. We had things to do. We need to bring back the pride, bring back the programs, and support the city one issue at a time. Ladies and gentlemen, this is very simple. We need you. We're working for you. When we have those council meetings, I would love to see all of you there. When we have votes on things, I would love to see all of you there. Do you know when we have a vote, no one shows up, it automatically passes? And then you look on your water bill and say, what is this extra $100-something? You wonder where that's come from? Because we don't have the pride anymore, ladies and gentlemen. Let's bring it back. One city, one family.
All right. I thought that was the last question, but guess what? I still have one more, and I'm going to start with Mr. Bradley with this question. It's a little long, but here it goes. There have been rumors about the financial stability the city is going, and that the city is going into receivership. Can you speak about the financial status of Compton?
Out of all the cities in Southern California, we are, and out of all the cities in California, we are ranked dead last. Out of all the cities, we were tied with 4 other cities, but those 4 other cities were able to get out of their financial hardship. Now, this is where knowing the charter comes in. This is where understanding the flow chart comes in. Because there's arguments about this, but let me just make this clear. The city manager and the city attorney are on the same line. However, we in America read from left to right. And so the city manager is above the city attorney. We have a city controller. Now, the city attorney looks over the contracts that are written by the city manager. The city manager signs it, sends it back to the city attorney. The city attorney sends it down to the controller. The controller looks it over to make sure that there's money for it. The council votes on it. Then it goes to the treasurer, and then the treasurer dispenses the money. This is how it's supposed to work. But we have people with bright ideas. They want to maneuver and do things a little bit differently. And this is where we get in trouble. Now, the charter says we have to have a city manager. We have to have a city attorney. We have to have a city controller. Those are the top 3 positions. That's it. That's all. We don't have them. The audit says too many city managers, too much high turnovers in the city manager's office, inefficiency in the city attorney's office, too many lawsuits being settled, lack of employees, and incompetency in the HR department, and we have an interim HR person now. Now, we all have watched pirate movies. Compton has money. But what does the pirate do with the treasure? They bury it somewhere and they come back and they get it later. Somebody's burying the money and they're coming back for it later. And what you have to do is say, this is why they turning over the city managers. And you know that game where you got the guy, you never gonna win it, but he got these shells and he wants you to find the dice. Understand that that's what you are looking at. See, how do you have a city attorney that becomes a city manager 2 times in a row? Then that city attorney runs for office already knowing that he's leaving, going to Sacramento. And then they put the name of another city attorney that you didn't even vote for. And then when they went back and found that mistake, they said, we want you to stop voting for city attorneys, and we want you to allow us to appoint one. Well, isn't this what got us in the mess in the first place, was that you appointed a guy before the other guy left his seat and went to Sacramento? And this is what happened. Hold on, I know I'm supposed to stop, but just give me 1 second. See, I came here to kick ass and chew bubble gum, and I'm all out of bubble gum. You have been playing musical chairs and playing funky with the rules forever. We have never had an elected city attorney. They are always appointed when they are assistant city attorneys to city attorney, and then you go back and vote for them. That is what we have here in Compton. We have had 12, now almost 13, city managers in 10 years. Now, let me tell you how the crazy is continuing. One mayor said finish the work, and now the next mayor saying finish the work, and we ain't got no work finished. It's the same agenda. I love you guys. Thank you and good night.
Mr. Wilkerson, will you answer this question? I can read it again. There have been rumors about the financial stability the city's going, and is the city going into receivership? Can you speak on the financial status of Compton?
This is what everybody wants, transparency. This is what everybody wants. If we hold individuals accountable, these things won't happen. Ladies and gentlemen, let me express to you, you are in charge. We work for you. Don't ever forget that. I'm not up here trying to give you a fancy speech. I'm trying to tell you, you have a voice. As I walk around the whole city and people tell you, I don't even want to vote no more because nothing happens. Nothing happens more. No matter who gets in, nothing happens. Why do you want to run for mayor? Because I will make those changes with the individuals on the committee. We will get together and make these decisions. How is the money being vaporizing from our accounts? I guarantee you there's more than one. I guarantee you there's more than one. So how do we do this? Each individual has a job his or her is doing. Everything that we do, we will measure. Because if we measure it, we can track it. I was in one of the council meetings and they was talking about the Dodge dealer needed their money for 7 brand new vehicles. I looked at the council and council all looked at each other. 7 brand new vehicles. Who's writing the check? How are we not following this? Someone's writing a check and no one knows about it. That makes absolutely no sense to me. Absolutely no sense. So we, again, have a system that you can follow yourselves day by day within structure, with my 5-year plan, fixing the streets. You can see exactly where the money is going, where it comes from. We have to track everything. And when these things come about, we have to take care of it as a unit. Everybody knows we've all, the 3 of us have said it all day long, the mayor has only had 1 vote. I love the fact of going back to where everything is voted on so you don't have the individuals separating. You got 3 people, it doesn't matter what the other 2 even say. Perhaps. But imagine being able to know where everything is, track everything, and someone that's going to hold individuals accountable. You can see it all day, every day. And this is how we take care of our funds.
Bishop Guillory, you get the last word. Do you need the question read again?
I would like for you to read the question so that the audience can hear the question.
I think they know the question, but we want to
Well,
make
you
sure
asked me a
do.
question. I'm going to let
Mr.
you.
Guillory.
Okay, could you read the question?
Mr. Guillory, thank you.
Thank
there
you.
have been rumors about the financial stability the city's going through, about the stability of the city, and that it's going into a receivership. Can you speak on the financial status of Compton?
So the reason why I wanted her to read the question again is because the answers was not the answers for the question. Yes, I do know what our financial situation is with our audits. And yes, I do know what's going on with our financials. Number one, 5 years ago, when Asia Brown was the mayor, her and the city manager at the time, Craig Conwell, were summoned to Sacramento to meet with the auditors regarding our financial situation here in Compton and the threat of putting us into receivership. They were given a letter stating what the benchmarks were, because at some point you either meet these benchmarks or you're going to be bankrupt and you're going to need our money to get you out. Okay, so in that they wanted them to get their audits together. Their audits were not turned in. Now, the money that people talk about, we found this money, we found that money. How do you find money when monies are in bank accounts and you have a treasurer and you have a controller that's supposed to know where every dime is? How do you find money? You don't find money. Number two, we have had to return money to the state and the federal government because we have people that are financially retarded and they don't do the paperwork that's necessary for the grant to be accepted as we gave it to you, it was restricted funds, and you spent it like you were supposed to. So because you didn't give us the report, we want our money back. You don't put that money into your general fund. You don't put that money into your friend's pocket. You don't give these grants out to people that you know, right? You go over to it. I'm going to tell you, you asked a question, I'm going to answer that question. It's called gross malfeasance while in office. Misappropriation of public funds that others have went to jail for. Okay? You want the truth? You got a city manager that will not sign off and go to jail like John Johnson. He said, I'm not signing that. They take him in a closed session. He's been in 4 closed sessions within 6 months. You're supposed to go once a year. The man said, I'm not signing paperwork. You take it before city council. And you approve it and you do it. So they decided they're going to put him on administrative leave. Here's the problem that I have with all of the shenanigans. We're the ones that pay. These people file lawsuits, and if you look at his contract, file a lawsuit, we pay. We continue to pay. Our financial situation is on a brink of disaster. I'm running to fix it. I'm going to adhere to the one caution. Thank you. My name is Bishop Leroy Guillory. You already went over 3 or 4 times. You already went over 3 or 4 times. This we're going to respect the rules.
No.
How can we respect the charter if we don't respect the rules?
No. What is the question?
If it was my father's city manager and my father who was just spoke about with misappropriation of public funds, then I would think that I should have the opportunity to respond to that.
No.
But if I can't respond to it, I'll just say, this is who supported Asia Brown.
There's no question pending at this time. So I want to thank you, and I'm quite sure everyone else here wants to thank you for your honesty and direct answering of the question. So thank you. We're going to take a brief recess, but before we do that, we have one candidate for councilman for District 3, Mr. Randall Hooks. He's here. So we're going to give him an opportunity to come up, and we're going to ask him, I think, about 3 or 4 questions, and then we're going to take a short break. Okay? All right. Mr. Hooks? Mr. Hooks? Mr. Hooks? Yes. You are here now. We did have Councilman Bowers speak this morning. He's running again for District 3. You were not here, so you're here now, and we're going to give you an opportunity to answer some questions.
Yes, ma'am.
The first thing is that the rules are you're going to be given 1 minute to tell us something about yourself. Okay, we need to be quiet. Shh. I know we need a break, but let's give Mr. Hooks an opportunity to speak, and then we'll take a break. Mr. Hooks, you have 1 minute to introduce yourself. And for each question that's asked, you have up to 3 minutes to answer it. Okay, have a seat if you want.
Oh, yeah, I was going to stand if that's all good.
That's
Appreciate it.
fine.
Y'all can all see me fine? Everybody's good? Okay, first of all, it's an honor to be here with you guys to show that we all here in the spirit of caring about the future of Compton. This is where my heart is, born and raised here, run my organization here, and I'm excited to be here and be in this race on behalf of Compton. My name is Randall Hook. Again, I'm running for District 3. I am the founder and CEO of Compton Cowboys. Compton Cowboys is an organization that is a global organization. It's a multi-million-dollar organization that hires Compton, serves Compton, and champions Compton at every level. I've been in Richland Farms my entire community, born and raised, been here my whole life. And I got excited to try to figure out how I can throw my hat in the ring to run for city council, because it's been really exciting, and I've been really proud to run my organization and be on the world stage talking about Compton, championing Compton, serving Compton, hiring Compton. But when I come home to the city, I feel that the pride that I feel in running my organization, that is a Compton-based homegrown organization. When I come back to the city, I want that same pride to translate over into what's happening in the city at the city leadership level. So that's why I wanted to get into the race, and I'm excited to be here. Thank you all.
Okay. Before we go into questions, question for you, Mr. Hooks, I'm going to ask Councilman
And really,
Bowers.
correction, really quick. My last name is Hook, no
Hook.
S. So
Okay.
Hook,
Just
H-O-O-K.
Hook.
Yeah, thank you.
If Councilman Bowers is still here, I don't know if he's still here, but if he's still here, I'm going to ask him to come up, because these are the two candidates for the 3rd District. And we heard from Councilman Bowers earlier this morning. So at least you can have an idea of who the two candidates are for that position.
All right.
All right. I think you.
Since we're both here, I'll sit now.
I think you probably want to sit. Okay. And Council Bowers, I don't know if the situation is going to present itself, but if it does, do you mind answering some additional questions? Okay, thank you. The first question, Mr. Hook, that I would like to ask you is, how will you support local businesses and bring economic opportunity to the district?
Yeah, I actually love this question. When I started running my organization, when I stepped into the leadership of our family ranch in 2018, the first thing I did was go out and build the relationships I needed with the industry. I don't know if you know, obviously Compton is a very prominent brand of a city on the world stage in terms of the entertainment business. So that's music, television, film, and all the extracurricular businesses of that sort. I have those relationships. So the first thing I went out and did was establish my partners with companies like Apple, Google, Meta, Adidas, major multinational corporations that are multi-billion-dollar and collectively trillion-dollar organizations. The first thing I did was reach out to those organizations, bring those organizations into our business, and I've been able to, in 8 years, transform my backyard family ranch, which was just a local community ranch for kids, into now a multi-million-dollar organization that has global reach. It hires Compton, serves Compton, and champions Compton at every level. What I want to do is be able to go to other Compton-based businesses that might be facing some challenges, bring my partners here. Our partners, those big companies, they hear about Compton all the time. Compton is a huge world-renowned brand name of a city, but those companies reach a roadblock in terms of coming here because they haven't found the bridge and the catalyst, and even though they're excited to come, they have nowhere to really actually go and spend their dollars or see leadership that can actually help manage systems that if they come and get involved. I have those relationships. We've had all those biggest companies on Caldwell Street in Richland Farms doing filmings, doing ads, doing programming for kids, and they're already invested with my organization. I can easily, and they are ready and willing to come figure out how we can extend that reach across the district of Compton for business owners. Absolutely.
Mr. Hook, the next question I will ask you is, what is one specific change you want to accomplish for the district if you are elected, and how will you make that change happen?
So for the district, I think that some of the main things is making sure that
Just one specific one.
one specific thing for the district. I think that for me, I want to address what we talked about with the parking situation. It is important. I think that what we're seeing a lot now is that generationally, a lot of millennials are living at home, And because of the economy and different factors, we're starting to see a lot of more cars in the neighborhoods that are because of these people are living in their homes with their parents. I know there's some challenges related to parking, but I think that there needs to be a much more customized, sensible solution that is a mix between what the city needs to do on paper and the rules and regulations, and then looking at what's actually happening in the field with these families, with these houses, with these cars, and figure out how we really start to address some of the parking situations. I think that is going to be a process. It's not a one-size-fits-all thing. It's not the thing with problems solving. It usually is not a one-size-fits-all solution. You have to come to the table and find different stakeholders in the matter and come up with a solution that is tailored to those areas, specifically the neighborhoods and across the district.
I'm going to start with Councilman Bowers. I don't think I asked you this question, so if I did, then just remind me. Councilman Bowers, why should the citizens in District 3 re-elect you?
Oh, yes, sir. Well, the job is not finished. You see some of my flyers back there that have my accomplishments on there. And I would like to just read a few of them to you. Bear with me.
Come in the middle, so we yeah.
That way everybody can probably see you a little bit better. There you go. Thank you.
Okay. The reason why I'm asking for you to reelect me. When I got in the seat, the city was upside down. The reason why I ran in the first place was because of hiring practices through the fire department. Myself and other colleagues, like Mr. Smith here, we challenged the city on their hiring practices of their firefighters. They were requiring them to have a bachelor's degree. Firefighters an entry-level position. Anyway, we challenged that. We were successful. And I made a statement to them. I said, I'm going to run for office and I'm going to get you back. And since then, I take credit for our citywide LVT camera, our flock cameras, our ShotSpotter technology, our fire station upgrades, all of our fire apparatus are brand new, created the emergency preparedness guide, our disaster preparedness and emergency operations center was activated, for practice because it was just dust on it. The Code Red QR, our Code Red QR system, it's a QR code. It's online. It's available as well. Created that. I put on the aircraft, disaster training, aviation, first responder drill at Compton Airport. I championed the intersection traffic calming devices that you see now. We still have some takeovers, but it's been reduced drastically. And I started that research back September 26, 2021. I also championed the ordinance, the street racing and street takeover ordinance that allows the city to confiscate your car. I wrote that ordinance. I did the research of our translation equipment that's supposed to go into service. I had new AEDs and stop the bleed kits installed at City Hall, council chambers, and all of our parks, while training is offered to all staff. We've improved the cooperation between the City of Compton and the Compton Unified School District. Initiated the Compton Golf Course initiation, so we're pushing to get the golf course revitalized and back in service. I can go on and on and on.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Would you give the mic to Mr. Hook? Sure. Mr. Hook, Mr. Hook, why should the citizens of the 3rd District vote for you?
Yes, I believe the citizens of the 3rd District should vote for me because I've been here my entire life and I have a vision for the future of the district, not just days old, days past, what has happened. Now, there was a comment made earlier about there are certain things that have worked for all of this time. The chart has worked for all this time. Why should we get away from it? I think that it is really a time for a fresh perspective on the city council so that the city council can actually move forward. Not to mention that I have the relationships bringing economic development into Compton. For me, I see a Compton where a district where, like, one of the biggest frustrations for me, and I'm sure I can speak for most of us, is that we live here, we pay so much to live here, but we don't have anything to do here. We don't have any nice restaurants to take our families to when we want to. We don't have a lot of socializing places for seniors. We don't have places for kids to go. And I think I'm really frustrated with having to always go outside of the district and go outside of the city to do things in Compton. And I'm looking like I have the resources and the relationships, and I'm a very much team building player. You guys can easily Google Compton Cowboys and see what it is. I built my organization with the leadership from my heart as a human being, not a fighter. I think we're all kind of stressed out with the fighting. I think the fighting is tired. I think that it's time to come in and understand and say, okay, on a human level, how can we understand what the real issues are and just be a lot more conversational in solving these problems? And I think that once you get to that, that's where you start to see a lot of the solutions come into play. It is not, to me, it's not rocket science. I think that once we find the right competency in the leadership positions, which I believe will start with myself, we go find other competent leaders who have a positive spirit to do this work, who have the skill set to do this work, who have the vision to do this work, and have proven to do this work. Because there's a lot of people who say, oh, I've done this and I've done that, but where can we actually see that work? Where are the actual results? You guys can look up what we've done. I can call executives at major corporations and say, hey, it's time to come into Compton. Here's all these vacant spaces where we can invest, build businesses. Here's all these places we can acquire and make nature space for the kids. Here's all these different ideas that I can actually show what it looks like, evaluate the situation, analyze it, and then come up with actual real solutions and put the money behind it to do the right thing to actually get the job done. So that's why I'm asking people to vote for me.
Another question, Mr. Hook, is that the sidewalks in the 3rd District has been an issue for a number of years. Will you have funds in your budget for the 3rd District to address those sidewalk issues immediately?
Absolutely. I believe that, especially when it comes to, when we talk about one of the main issues why we can't really attract businesses here and the things that we talked about is because of a lot of what I say is like the beautification problems. Having the proper layouts in the streets, having the proper sidewalks, having the proper safety protocols, and all the things that go along with that are very important for being able to attract newcomers here, people that want to come and develop. So absolutely, in terms of being a part of what I would call my beautification, city beautification part of the budget, that's exactly one of the main things that we would definitely cover is the sidewalk issues. And the streets and sidewalks all kind of go to me the same.
Pass the mic to Councilman Byars. I believe you spoke on it earlier, but would you mind answering the question regarding the sidewalk issues in the 3rd District that's been present for a number of years? And will you allow funds in your budget to address it immediately?
Yes. Let me make one other comment. While I've been here in this seat, I've actually created a strategic plan. And that's been part of the city's problem. There's poor planning. The sidewalks, the streets, economic development, there is no planning. Everything is knee-jerk. And that's why it's the way it is. This strategic plan, it's entitled City of Compton Engineering Our Future. If we follow this roadmap, this will carry us for the next 5 to 10 years. This covers everything. But to answer your question for the sidewalks, yes, and as I stated earlier, they have begun working on the sidewalks. That's already in motion in the 3rd District. Another comment I'll make. There were statements made that the city is almost bankrupt. That couldn't be further from the truth. The city was way years behind in its audits. That was back in 2020 when the state came and initiated the state audit. And yes, Compton was #1 for the worst financially managed city in the state of California. That's out of 483 cities. Since then, we're caught up on all of our audits. So we're okay.
The last question, we'll start with Mr. Hook. Sir, are you a team builder or a team player?
I love this question. I am definitely both, and I'm proud to say that. I think that it's probably been one of my biggest attributes as a human being on earth is that I've been able to build teams and work with teams. Again, as I mentioned earlier, my organization, Compton Cowboys, was started as just a small little family ranch in the backyard of our homes. And with the team building approach, we've been able to grow a backyard family ranch with a few staff and a few $100,000 in budgets to being able to grow a global operation that works across the world with teams. And the thing what I talk about the most with this is finding how to, team building is all about finding how to find your, what I call your currency with other people. So when you're a small business and you're just trying to get started, maybe you don't have the funds or the money to actually write someone a check. But how do you still create buy-in with that person so that they're excited and want to create and invest in your organization with their time, energy, money, or otherwise? That approach has allowed us to be able to recruit teams. Right now we have dozens of staff members who represent our organization and dozens more volunteers. And it is all because of the way that I've led through my team building capacity. And being a leader, one thing that's really important about being a leader is understanding that you don't know everything. There's a lot of people that come up here and say, here's the plan, right? And it's great to have a plan, and all leaders should have a plan, and we do have plans. But the most important quality about leadership is that flexibility to understand in real time when the plan is working, when it's going right, or when we need to flex and make adjustments to the plan such that we can continue to move the ball down the road. I think a lot of times what happens is when you put too hard of a plan up front and it doesn't go according to plan, because I think we all know how many times have we made plans and you had a plan, and then you start trying to move forward, and then the plan don't go awry. And there are people who can flex and say, okay, that plan, I know we had the plan. This has to happen now. How do we readjust to keep it going versus people who fall apart when the plan falls apart or get upset and get angry and start fighting over, well, we got to stick to the plan or stick to not to the plan. So team building is the core of everything I've done with my organization, knowing when to, as a leader as well, knowing what you don't know is important, knowing how to go out and get experts for situations and areas where you don't have the knowledge. To me, my approach is going to be, look, I want to come here and lead from a position of I have the right heart, I have the competency, I have the relationships, but I also know what I don't know. My first initiative is going to be, let's go find competent people to put them in the right places in the city government so that way we can get these jobs done. I'm not going to go in there and tell you, hey, you need to do this job, you need to do this, you need to do that. I'm going to go in and say, hey, what's the issue in this department? How do we find the right person skill set to manage this department? Do that across the departments, and we need to do that across across the city council as well. It's just about finding people, places, and things that manage and work for teams, and that's what I'm here to do. Thank you.
Councilman Bowers, did I ask you that question earlier?
I believe you did. What was it?
What is if you are a team builder or a team player?
Yeah, you did ask me. You want me to?
You want to tell us again?
If you want me to.
Yes, go ahead.
So I am both a team builder and a team player. As I explained earlier, my background is teamwork. When I started working in the emergency department at Martin Luther King Hospital, we have to work as a team or the patient dies. Same thing on the fire department. In order for us to accomplish our mission, we have to work as a team. And as a fire captain, I have to build those teams. So that answered your question. Yes, I'm both.
Thank you. That concludes our questioning for Mr. Hook and Councilman Bowers. We're going to take a break to maybe about 1:20. If you come back at 1:20, we have some other candidates that are here, and we can hear from them. Thank you.
watching the community meeting for Compton, California's District 3. We are hearing firsthand from the candidates for this upcoming election, and we want to know what's their plans or proposals for what's plaguing the residents in the city of Compton. Thank you for watching. You're watching the community meeting for Compton, California's District 3. We are hearing firsthand from the candidates for this upcoming election, and we want to know what's their plans or proposals for what's plaguing the residents in the city of Compton. Thank you for watching. You're watching the community meeting for Compton, California's District 3. We are hearing firsthand from the candidates for this upcoming election, and we want to know what's their plans or proposals for what's plaguing the residents in the city of Compton. Thank you for watching. You're watching the community meeting for Compton, California's District 3. We are hearing firsthand from the candidates for this upcoming election, and we want to know what's their plans or proposals for what's plaguing the residents in the city of Compton. Thank you for watching. You're watching the community meeting for Compton, California's District 3. We are hearing firsthand from the candidates for this upcoming election, and we want to know what's their plans or proposals for what's plaguing the residents in the city of Compton. Thank you for watching. You're watching the community meeting for Compton, California's District 3. We are hearing firsthand from the candidates for this upcoming election, and we want to know what's their plans or proposals for what's plaguing the residents in the city of Compton. Thank you for watching. You're watching the community meeting for Compton, California's District 3. We are hearing firsthand from the candidates for this upcoming election, and we want to know what's their plans or proposals for what's plaguing the residents in the city of Compton. Thank you for watching.
There we go. Mic check.
Would everyone please come and take their seats? Would everyone please come and take their seats? Take your seats. We need the candidates for the school board to come up and sit behind your names. Would everyone take their seats? We're going to get started. Thank you. Renee, where's Miss Thomas? Oh, okay. We need her to come take her seat. We're going to get started. Oh, she's so. Oh, okay. Yeah.
Okay, we're about to get started. If everyone will return to their seats so we can get on with the day and the candidate forum. Thank you.
Okay, we're getting started. We have now the candidates for school board, Ms. McCoy and Ms. Thomas. Once again, each candidate will have 1 minute to tell us something about themselves. And then for each question, you have up to 3 minutes to answer the question. We will be taking questions from the audience. So if you have any questions for the school board, please see Renee or raise your hand for a 3x5 card so you can write down your question. So, It's 1 minute to introduce yourself. And for each question, you have up to 3 minutes to answer it. All right? We're going to start with you, Ms. McCoy. Would you please take the mic and use the 1 minute to introduce yourself?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tana McCoy, and I am running for school board seat Area B. I've been in the city all of my life. I was actually a 40-year employee of the city of Compton. I served 5 years on the city council, and I am running for school board because I think that I can make a difference there also. I have volunteered at the school district doing many services with kids, as well as I serve now on the Personnel Commission. I'm also a member, I'm on a board member on the Metropolitan Water District Board of Trustees, and I am a member of Board of Directors with the Mosquito Abatement Board. Thank you.
Ms. Thomas, would you
Good
take
evening, and I thank you for inviting me to this beautiful neighborhood. I'm glad to be here with you. I'm going to talk as fast as I can. I live in Compton 63 years. I have 15 grandchildren, 8 great-grandchildren. I lost 2 children. My daughter died, and the baby was 5 months old, and the older child was 11. And I took them all home so I can keep them all together. And through the great grace of God, I made it. I have been on the school board for 20 years. I retired and look like I'm coming back. I did 1 term as vice president, 1 term as the board president, 1 term as legislator, and 2 terms as the clerk. I fought to return the buses, grandfather all age, union raises, teacher layoff for hiring, teachers fought for project labor agreement, and working on board contract. I had battle of many issues that our labor and community had. My 3 issues is see that the students are achieved with better grades than what they're getting, and to make sure that transparency. That's got something to do with the community and the taxpayer. I always call myself a watchdog for the taxpayer because I think it's unfair when you don't know what they're doing with your money. I think it's unfair when you don't know how they're spending the money. And I've always been a person that fought hard on that because I think you have that right to know because you are who we are serving. And because of you, that's why we're on the board. And my accountability to make sure that the schools are all safe. But I don't know. I got the news on the new school. It wasn't so good. But we'll find out later. Okay, and then I serve as a commissioner for the city of Compton. I serve as a commissioner for Compton College. I received the endorsement of the Democrat County Committee, and I received the endorsement of the Los Angeles Sentinel, which I have here. I received endorsement of Woman of the Year by the city of Compton, which was done year before last. Last year I received Woman of the Year for District 1, which was done by District 1.
Ms. Thomas and Ms. McCoy, I failed to tell you that we do have cards to signal when you can start. So when you see the green card, that means you can start. And the yellow card means that you have only about 30 seconds left.
Okay.
And when you see the red card, you need to stop.
Okay.
I'm sorry I didn't make that clear before we got started. I'm going to ask the first question of Ms. McCoy. So, Ms. Thomas, could you give Ms. McCoy the mic?
Yeah.
There she is next to you.
Oh.
Ms. McCoy, what will you do to attract, support, and retain high-quality teachers in the district?
Well, that is the basis of the school. In order for us to thrive, we need to attract better schools. And to attract them, they have to have comparable salaries. And so as a personnel commissioner, I have, it does not affect the teachers, but for the staff, we've already initiated doing a desk study of the employees to make sure that the pay is equitable and across the board, and that's how you attract quality educators with the pay salary. And so that's one of the things that I will support, is making sure that the teachers are paid what is other teachers are paid across the board.
Ms. Thomas, I'm going to ask you the same question. And the question is, what will you do to attract, support, and retain high-quality teachers in the district?
Well, because I was endorsed by the teachers, which I thank God, that I certainly am a fighter for the teachers. And they're now in a contract now to be negotiated that have not yet been negotiated. I feel within my heart, and I know it's the truth, that without the teachers, no school would have functioned. The superintendent didn't do it. The board didn't do it. The teachers did it. What a child have accumulated, what they have done, came from the work of the teachers. And I support the teacher 100%.
Our next question, Ms. Thomas, I'm going to let you start first this time. And the question is, how will you measure success? And what will you do if the schools in your district are not meeting expectations?
Well, like I've always done, I visit the schools. I go and check. I get a lot of phone calls. And when I go and check the school and meet the people, I look and see what need to be done, what hadn't been done. I just don't take the word of anybody. I go and see for myself. I've been blessed enough to have one of the police would take me a long time ago before I had my stroke, and God brought me out of it. They would say, where did she go? Where is she at now? But I was over there fighting. I believe in fighting for what's right. I'm not about no special interest, no political politics or nothing like that. I am about to take care of the business of the people that put me in this seat and do what is right at all times. I'm about right or wrong. That is May Thomas.
Thank you. Ms. McCoy, the same question. How will you measure success, and what will you do if schools in your district are not meeting expectations?
Well, the first thing to do is to be active with the schools, and my personality is to be active. I participate in everything. I attend everything. So I would visit the schools. And if the teachers are in need of some help, if there's something that the district is not providing for them, then I would go back and talk to the district about making sure that they have all the tools they need in order to get their job done. I also am very active. Like I said, I volunteered at the schools. I would go to schools and volunteer to see what also the students need, because it's a joint effort. The teachers as well as the students, they have to be on one accord. So I would participate more than I have been, and I would make sure that the schools are getting everything they need, because that's how we measure success, is when they have the tools that they need in order to operate.
Ms. McCoy, I'm going to ask another question, and I'm going to start with you. How will you involve parents and the community in decision making and keep them informed about what's happening in the schools?
When I was on the council, we had town hall meetings, and I think that we need meetings so that the parents can also come in, not just at a board meeting, but an open meeting for them to come in and talk about what they have going on and what they need, because that is one of my campaigns, is to make sure that the students and their families are supported. Because if you don't, you have a student, when I was volunteering and I found out that the students have a lot of issues, and it stems back to home, so you need to get the parents involved too. So just host meetings, go meet them where they are and talk about what it is that they see that is wrong with the schools, and try to incorporate some of the things to make the parents more aware of their obligations and what they can do in order to make their students successful at school, and then try to get them involved with the school.
Ms. Thomas, I'm going to ask you the same question. How will you involve parents and the community in decision making and keep them informed about what's happening in the schools?
Because of my 20 years on the board, I have been involved dearly with the school, with the parents, and with the community. Because it is the parents and the community that I serve. And the parents are always the first teacher. No matter what, they're the first teacher. I believe in fighting, like I said, for what is right. I'm not about taking no here or there or trying to be with some powerful person. I have Christ in my life. And I believe in doing what God would have me to do. I pray and ask God, is this for me to come back? Lord, give me the sign. And I have been doing just that because of the will of God. My slogan on my campaign is I kept my promise because I have kept it for 20 years. And I'm going back to keep that same promise.
I'm going to ask one more question, and we're going to start with you, Ms. Thomas, with this question. How do you plan? What is your plan to ensure schools are a safe environment for the students, teachers, and staff?
Well, we got to make sure that the buildings are structured right, that our votes are doing the right thing for the students and for the parents. As I understand, the New Compton High School, with all that money we spent, they still having problems over there with the roof, the floor, and all situation. So that's not letting the parents know what is going on. But I say all parents should be welcome to come to the school and check on their children. Parents, grandparents, and guardians. I've always said, on behalf of God Almighty, the parents, the guardians, and the grandparents are the issues. And if there is a problem, I always tell them, make sure you call May Thomas and let me know.
Ms. McCoy, the same question is, what is your plan to ensure schools are a safe environment for students, teachers, and the staff?
One of the things that needs to be done is, I know that there is a shortage in the police officers with the school district. So the first thing to do would be to find out why we have not hired and get those back on track, because all students need to feel safe. All teachers definitely need to feel safe, but we need to have that in place, as well as we need to do more training for the staff, training for even in service for the children, to let them know, talk about bullying and things like that. Those are the programs that need to really be strengthened, because safety begins with the children knowing that bullying isn't okay, and that also with the parents knowing that there are consequences if their children are participating, and then the other kids need to feel protected. So, if it's a school that a higher education school that needs security, then make sure that we have them in place. And if it's not, then we just need to make sure that the teachers are trained properly so that they know how to deal with it.
Do we have any questions from the audience? If not, I have two more questions. Okay. Ms. McCoy, I think I'm going to start with you. Are you a team builder or team player?
I'm both. I'm a team builder because I know that you have to have a strong team in order to get things accomplished. I have lived in this community most of my life, so I know most of the people that are on the board. I'm not there to be a friend. I'm there to accomplish some things. So in that way, I want to build a team. But also a team player is to bring people, other ideas and other organizations in that can help build the school district to make them stronger, to provide more services. That's the plan that I have. Like I said, I'm on the board for Metropolitan, and I would love to do some collaboration with them so that they could train the kids on, the area of water services, as well as, the unions. We already have a PLA with the unions, strengthen that. And so I'm both a team builder and a team player.
Ms. Thomas, are you a team builder or a team player?
Well, that depends on who I'm playing with. I'm about right or wrong. I'm not about one of those that because you doing it, I should do it. That's not me. If it's right, I'm for it. If it's wrong, no. I bring it back to the community. And I am involved with the community. I'm involved with Classify. I'm involved with the teachers. I'm involved with the parents. Everybody know May Thomas. And I've done what was right. And I can't say that about the board that up there now. Some of them, but there is a side that's not, and I don't intend to go with that side. I'm coming back with the same May that left to do what is right and to watch that taxpayers' money and watch how they spend that money and what they spend it on. Now they want to tear down Centennial. Well, my name is on the groundbreaking for building for the new school, but it's not done right. Our classified people can't even go over there. They got a whole new contract to come in to do everything except for the cafeteria. Now, what is all that about? Why will you not let our classified people come over there where they can get more money, get overtime or whatever? There's something going on that's not right. But I am a fighter, and I don't plan to change nothing. I'm going to go up there with God in my life and do what is right. And that's what May Thomas is about, right or wrong.
Ms. Thomas, if you would answer this question first. Why should the the citizen in your district...
I can't hear you, ma'am.
Why should the individuals or parents or citizens in your district vote for you? Why should they vote for you?
Why should they vote for me?
Yes.
Because they know May Thomas is right or wrong. They know I've been there 20 years. I had 41 people that spoke on my retirement. Maxine Water was there, Holly Mitchell was there, and all of those are my supporters. And Judge Fowler was there. 41 people came to say, we love you, May, and keep fighting.
The mic to Ms. McCoy. Ms. McCoy, the same question. Why should they vote for you?
I am dedicated to this community. I have been in this community. I raised my children here. I've talked to kids all around because I walk my grandson to school, and I talk to the kids, and I know the issues that they have in the schools, and so that's what made me run. When it came before me, because the seat was open because Dr. Davis did not run for the seat. I prayed about it too, and that was the next step for me to step out there and do something and make a difference in this community in a different way, and that's with the kids and that's with the school. And I plan to do what is right. It's not about friendship. It's about doing what is right and about collaboration and making a difference. And I'm here to make a difference.
If there are no additional questions or no questions from the audience, then Ms. Thomas and Ms. McCoy, we want to thank you for coming out, and we want to thank you for participating.
Thank you for having us, and I'm glad that I showed up.
Yes.
And I want to thank you also for letting me come and speak before you. This is a beautiful neighborhood, and I know some of the people here, and and Lynette. I didn't know Lynette lived that close to me. I'm glad to see her. But thank you, and God bless you.
And Ms.
Thank
Thomas,
you.
since
and
you
thank
have
you, both of you,
since
for
you
being
have
so
the-
kind.
Since you have the mic, just one additional thing. Is there any closing remarks you
Do
want
I
to
what?
make, Ms. Thomas? Any closing remarks you want to make?
Yes, I do.
Okay, make it.
I want to bring this. Where I was given by Assembly Mike Davis for my mother future figure in the city of Compton, and how he support me in recognizing me. This was for Mother's Day in the year of 2024. Excuse me. I received this from the city of Compton, Trailblazer Award, and it was on the 25th of last year, where I was given the Mother of the Year and the Trailblazer. That means Woman of the Year for the District 1 by the city of Compton. I also would like to say that, and I'm going to say this real fast. I worked for the city of Compton for 3 years as a parenting facilitator of drug prevention intake. I was very devoted to parent in helping them to get motivated and have pride and self-esteem, letting them know the most precious gift beside life is your children. God bless you, and I love you.
Ms. McCoy, do you have any closing comments?
Again, I'll say that I've been dedicated to this community. I worked 40 years, served on the council 5 years, and then even though I'm supposed to be retired, I've served on so many boards and commissions. My children always say, "Mom, you're not retired, you're just doing something else," because I'm on the Metropolitan Water Board, the Personnel Commission, the Mosquito Abatement Board. I serve on 3 nonprofit boards. I serve on the Key of Knowledge Community Development Committee. And so I have a passion to serve. I have a passion to make a difference in this community. And I'm a grandmother of 11. And so I incorporate them in my daily schedules as well as do what I do because I love what I do, and that's serving the community. Thank you.
So once again, thank both of you for coming out and okay.
I was also endorsed by the Los Angeles Sentinel and the Compton, the county, Los Angeles County Democratic Party Committee. And there's my little picture right down there, May Thomas. So I'm ready for the battle.
Okay.
And I'm ready for your vote.
Okay, thank you.
I love you. Bye-bye.
Thank you both. Okay, at this time, I'm going to ask the candidate for the 65th district to come forth and have a seat at the table. And we'll get a nameplate for you. Then I'm going to have the candidate for the Sheriff's Department to come forth and have a seat. And I'm also going to ask the candidate for city clerk to come forth and have a seat. Do we have the candidate for city clerk? Okay. And our audience, what we're going to do is that we're going to do some multitasking. We only have one candidate here for each one of these particular positions. So we're just going to have all 3 of them up, and we're just going to ask them different questions, but we're going to have them all seated at the table. So the multitasking that's required on your part is to jump back and forth. We'll try to take it slow, but that's the multitasking we will be asking you to do. What do
candidates have suggested?
Mm-hmm.
By majority.
Okay, what is it?
The 2 city council people sit together. The 2 city candidates sit together, and Mr. White and Ms. Fatima will sit with the multi.
Okay, then now we have 4 people. We can just do 2. Oh, do we have 4? Or do we have 2?
We have 4 with Brandon for treasurer, Ms. Boone for city clerk. All of them they don't all have their opponents.
Okay, so what we're going to do is go with Mr. White, who's running for sheriff, and
Ms. Fatima running for 65th.
And Ms. Fatima. Just those 2. To be So here we go. Each candidate, you have an opportunity to take 1 minute to tell us something about yourselves. And then the questions that you are asked, you have up to 3 minutes to answer those questions. We have some questions that we've already developed, but also the audience may have questions of you as well. Okay, let's start with the candidate for the 65th district. The first question I would like to ask you is, first of all, I want you to tell us something about yourself. Well, 1 minute to tell us something that you want us to know about yourself.
Testing. Okay. All right. Thank you. First of all, I want to thank the community leaders for having this because it's real. I want to say thank you first. Is that okay? Okay. Thank you. Thank you to you all for having this, and I'll, because it's a lot of work, so I just want to say thank you. Hi everyone. My name is Fatima Iqbal Zubair. I'm the only Fatima on the ballot, though, so you don't have to remember my last name. Okay, but it's nice to be here. I'm running for the 65th Assembly District, which includes Compton. It is an open seat in 2026, so our district is very Democrat. I am a Democrat as well, and so a Democrat will win. And so, the reason I'm running, a little bit about me, because I have a minute, is I'm a former teacher in Watts. I'm an educator in South LA. I run a youth nonprofit where we provide opportunities to first-generation Black and Brown students to get them into career pathways. I do that in my free time. I am also an immigrant that, left a war and came to this country, my husband and I, and worked our way through union jobs to middle-class jobs. I'm a mother to a son with autism and special needs in the public school system. And I'm really, running for working families. As you can see here, I was just canvassing in Watts right now with, we have a lot of unions that have supported us. And so one of those is SEIU 2015. The in-home caregivers, and I am unbought and unbossed. I'm standing for working families, and affordability is my main thing. Reducing costs for like healthcare, groceries, gas. I'm sure there's more questions, but that's my main priority: is bringing more money back to your pockets. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, our candidate for sheriff, would you take a minute to tell us something about yourself?
Yes, thank you. My name is Andre White, and I am running for Los Angeles County Sheriff. I have over 16 years of public service experience. I am currently a detective, and I've been on the department for 12 years. I work primarily in gangs over in the South LA area. I started my career over to our neighboring city in the city of Carson, where I patrolled over there for 7 years. I am a native and raised from Compton. I just want to say that Compton is a city of gold. So everybody that is here that's from this city, I highly respect you guys, and we produce some of the best people that we have in the world today. I was raised by a single parent. She's somewhere around here, probably past, there you go, talking to people, passing out my flyers. So she is responsible for where I am today. I'm a husband, a father, and a man of God, and I am someone that's stepping up to a challenge, a big challenge, to make a lot of wrongs right. And I think in order to do that, it requires change. And that's what I am running on, some serious change. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to direct this question to Fatima. What are the 3 top issues facing the 65th district, and what specific legislation will you introduce or support to address them?
Yeah, so thank you so much. I'll start by saying, right, California is the 4th largest economy. What that means is we have a lot of resources here, but I don't think we all feel it here in Compton or Watts or our district, right? And so, what my first plan is I want to really look at the state budget. I want to, and I want to make sure that your taxpayer money is being spent and you're seeing the difference in your life, right? So like I mentioned in my intro, my top priority is lowering costs. Gas prices here are the highest in the nation. Housing costs, childcare, healthcare, so just reducing costs, and we can do that. The policy is what we can do, to answer your question directly, in the state legislature. There's a policy there right now where there are corporations that are paying their workers the bare minimum so that, you know, they can just go on Medi-Cal, right? And we know Medi-Cal is under threat right now. So there's a bill right now to say, you know, pay them enough and pay with what you have, all the profits you have, pay for their health care too, right? That's a type of policy I would vote yes on, I would support. You know, healthcare is a right. That's one example. Another example is price gouging. So there is a possibility in Sacramento to cap gas prices. And, you know, we have had Democrats there for some time, but too many are tied, right, to these very wealthy corporations. And so we don't have the political will. So that's another example of a policy. Another one is healthcare. You know, we're seeing the Trump administration just take away everything, right? And people are not going to the doctor because they don't want to pay the bills. And so something we can do in Sacramento is we can move towards universal health care. And there's a bill up there right now, AB 19100, that the nurses are sponsoring that I would support. Because this is not a crazy idea. Many other places in the world guarantees healthcare. It's only here that the healthcare industry tries to make money off of us, you know, the pharmaceutical industry. So that's something I would support. The third one is housing. You guys tell me how high your property taxes are. I know there's some attempts to increase that, and you know, and so that's not okay, right? You know, housing is really important. Whether you're a renter or a homeowner, your taxes, you know, should not be so high if you're a homeowner, your property taxes. If you're a renter, right? There are these large investors and corporate speculators, Airbnb, coming in, buying out property, you know, evicting folks, raising your rents, you know. So what I would support at the state legislature is making sure, you know, not when we have small landlords, but when we have these corporate landlords that are trying to get our property, okay, fine, but we have to have a cap on how much you're going to raise the rent because we don't want people to go unhoused. The other thing is just a pathway to home ownership, right? I'm sure you have kids and grandkids. You might be a homeowner that can't afford a home, right? And so I want to make sure that when we build in Compton, that we're building homes the community can afford, right? We're not building homes and, you know, causing communities to have to leave people that have been here for decades to go outside of Compton. I want to make sure if you have roots here, your grandkids and your kids can stay here. And so just pathways to home ownership, making sure we have, you know, the right sort of loans to that. And public banking is something where, you know, you don't have banks taking advantage of you, trying to charge you high interest to buy homes and things like that. That's something I would support. Thank you.
The candidate for sheriff, what specific actions will you take to improve relationships with the communities and that have historically felt over-policed or underprotected?
Yes, great question. First of all, as the leader of this department, you have to be visible. This is my city, so I take pride in that. The leaders of our department are not visible in this city. They don't show up to block meetings. They don't show up to concerned citizens. They don't show up to things like this. So I think that's very, very important. So in order to build a relationship with a community, you have to be present. Not only that, you have to understand the community. And that's the biggest problem that we have in policing. I'm sorry, I have to stand up because I'm very passionate about this. That's the biggest problem that we have in law enforcement today, is that in particularly my city, we don't have enough representation that is wearing that uniform that's from this city, that understands the issues, that understands the culture of this city, that understands the citizens. I'm here to tell you a little secret that you may or may not know. About 90% of my department don't even live in this county. So they don't care about it. Not let alone this city. They go home to Orange County, Riverside County, San Bernardino County, and they come here and they wreak havoc. They disrespect our community. They disrespect the citizens. The stuff that I've seen on my side is disgusting. So it really takes a leader that want to care. You cannot pick and choose who you want to serve and how you serve them. You have to serve everybody with respect, no matter the city, no matter how small, no matter the budget. We all have to be on the same page, and that's the only way that we can move forward.
Thank you. Candidate for the 65th District, how will you support funding for schools and create job training opportunities that prepare residents for today's workforce?
That's a great question. Like I said, I have a son like with special needs going to school. And also one thing I forgot to say in my intro is I'm the only candidate running that's worked in state policy the past over 3 years. That's why I know a lot of the legislation. I already know a lot of the assembly members there. You know, I flew up the past 3 years to Sacramento to lobby for you against the biggest corporations, right? So I have that experience. So to answer your question directly, you know, I wanted to just share, I'm endorsed by almost every teachers union and classified workers, California Teachers Association, CSEA, SEIU 99, CFT, Federation of Teachers, CFA, because, this is something that's very near and dear to me. So the way we do it is California right now is still ranked one of the bottom. There's something called Prop 98 funding that goes to schools, but it's one of the lowest. It's that even is being threatened right now. And even with that funding, we're like something like 30 something out of 50th in funding. So how do we increase funding? You know, I'll talk about one bill. There's a bill right now that could bring back $4 billion to the state budget. It's called ending the Water's Edge loophole. What that is I don't know if you all know, but there are the very top corporations and billionaires that are paying almost zero in taxes here in California. Okay, that's unfair. Our taxes are rising and they're paying nothing, and they're like billion-dollar corporations. And the way they're doing it is they're storing their money overseas so they don't have to report. Sounds illegal to you? Should be illegal, right? Okay, so I agree. So if we close that loophole, that brings back $4 billion back to our state budget, right? What could we do with $4 billion? We could send it down here to schools and the school district. And I also believe in equity. You know, I still go to Watts every weekend to support my robotics team, my nonprofit. I still are very close to my students and the teachers unions working there. So one thing we need to do is bring back, we heard former candidates speak about like infrastructure. Right, anything we can do to fix our school's infrastructure, anything we can do to increase programs in our school. My son loves the arts, but he doesn't have regular arts programming, right? We need to make sure we have that. I also believe in a community schools model, right? Right now we are seeing ICE at our schools and a lot of just kids that don't have what they need. I believe in a holistic kind of view of a child. Every school should have a mental health counselor, a psychologist, a social worker, right? We can't do that right now because the funding's not there. And that's why I believe in like the big ideas, which aren't crazy. It's like, make sure these corporations are paying their fair share, bring back billions of dollars to our school, right? And make sure that funding then is allocated in the right way too. That's something important to me too. So I would work with the local school boards here, right? Compton, LAUSD, to make sure it's put in the right place. I'll end with this. Over 90% of school funding is not federal. So yeah, Trump is cutting Title I and special needs funding, which is sad, which is really awful, but it's actually our state budget where we're not being bold enough. So that's what I would do. Thank you.
Candidate for sheriff, how should the sheriff's department respond to calls involving mental health crisis or homelessness, and what partnership would you prioritize?
Great question. Since I've been a patrol deputy in the streets, I'm no longer there, but for the last 10 years, that has been probably the most responded calls that we respond to. It has to deal with mental health or homelessness. And I'm here to tell you that when I graduated the academy, I didn't have not one class or any type of training that taught me how to be a mental health responder. The only reason I was good at responding to mental health calls is because in my prior time before a deputy, I worked as an EMT all across LA County for 5 years, and I worked in Torrance Memorial Hospital for a year. So I understand and can actually see when someone is going through a mental health episode. But the issue is that majority of the deputies that are on this department, they don't have that training. They may not have that experience. So what they see as someone that's going through a mental health episode, it may be viewed differently in their minds. And that's why we have these uses of force that are sometimes deadly force. And this is why we're paying millions and millions of dollars in lawsuits. So what do we need to do better? Number one, training. But number two, we also have to recognize that a law enforcement officer is not a mental health expert. We have a lot of jobs to do. They call us to do a lot of things. And I think one of those, a mental health responder, is not one that should be in the response of a law enforcement officer. I believe that that is a medical issue. I think everyone here knows that that is a medical issue. So one thing that I will do, which some departments are starting to do, Long Beach and a few up north, they're starting to dial back their response to mental health crises, and only come when needed. When needed, when you need a response from the police. But I think we need to work with DMH. We need to work with the county. They need to really, really invest in and use their budget and invest in clinical social workers, making sure they are hiring. Right now, the Sheriff's Department has a MET team. It started when I was back in patrol, where a clinical social worker rides with a deputy. I can tell you, county-wide, we don't have enough of that. So I really want to make sure I invest in that. I want to make sure every station is assigned a clinical health social worker and a deputy to respond to these mental health calls. As far as homelessness, again, I think we're not being honest with ourselves. Homeless is not the full responsibility of the Sheriff's Department. Again, we are here to enforce laws and local laws, but you can't expect the sheriff to come and enforce the homeless encampment laws. We have to work together with these agencies that have millions and up to billions of dollars in budgets to deal with homelessness. But one thing, and I know I got the 30-second mark, one thing that I will say to help curb that homelessness and mental health is to invite these agencies into the county jail. We all know where these people are at, right? We all know the people that are dealing with these issues. Some of them aren't, majority of them that are dealing with these issues are incarcerated. So why not I open up my facilities to these organizations, to these nonprofit organizations, to these agencies to come into the jail system, have one-on-ones with people that may be suffering from mental health, homelessness, or any kind of drug abuse. They have these one-on-ones to make sure that they can meet and fit their program needs, and by the time that they are able to be released from custody, that someone is waiting for them instead of them being released and they're wandering off back into the streets and back into the system, because it's just a cycle, a continued cycle. So that's mainly my plan for mental health and homeless.
The candidate for the 65th district, I have a question. Are you a team builder or a team player?
I'm not going to answer this as cool as the last. Oh, they had two cool answers.
No, we just want your honest answer.
All right, team builder or team player? Yeah, I would say team builder, and I'll share why. You know, one thing I've done, you know, I've been a long-time organizer for different issues. Like I started organizing at my school in Watts because of unclean water. I lived in Carson. Now I'm in the Harbor Gateway area, but we've dealt with contamination, and everything I've done, I've never done by myself. I've always seen what the community needed and done with them. And then when I took that up to Sacramento, right, where I worked in the third house for a nonprofit, I saw that our organization couldn't pass big things alone. We needed to build a team, right? And sometimes on the team, you don't have everyone that agrees with you, right? But the thing I love to do, and one thing I did was I was co-chair of this organization with someone from the union trades called Blue Green Alliance. I don't know if anyone's heard of it. But our organization did a lot of bills on climate justice. And a lot of times, like, the workers were not at the table, right? So I made it a point to make sure that when we do bills related to the environment, or, you know, even clean water or building, that we have union labor, right? We have PLAs. You know, I made sure that we thought about things intersectionally, and I noticed that the things we did that for, we won on more, right? So I don't like to operate in echo chambers. I like to talk to people that disagree with me, because my thing is the end goal is getting outcomes and solutions for the community. And you don't do that if you're on your soapbox, right? You do that when you work with everyone. And so I would say I'm a team builder. Yeah. Thank you.
Mr. White, team builder or team player?
Yes. I'm going to have to take a page out of Ms. Thomas' book. It really depends, and I'm going to tell you why. As a leader of the Sheriff's Department, is really important, because on my side, if we don't have the same vision of what we want to do for our communities, I'm talking about the leaders that I appoint, then that's when I have to just be a team builder. Because for so long, it's been team player on this side. It's been about only their agendas and what they want to do. It's been about the buddy system. It's been about the good old boys club. It's been about everything. We have not had a leader to come in and say, hold up, we're done with all of this. When it comes to the community, It's both team player and team builder, because you are the people that put me in this position. You are the people that pay your taxes to have these contracts. We are here to serve you. So that's when the communication has to be both sides. We have to have a level of communication. Me as the leader of this department, I have to have a team building and team player communication when it comes to the Board of Supervisors. It can't just be one way. We have to be able to help each other. We're all on the same team. And I think that's been the biggest issue, is that it's been us mentality versus them. And that's not going to succeed in anything in life, let alone the sheriff's department. And that's why we have the issues that we have now, because we have not had a leader that's able to decipher when to be that team builder or team player. But I can assure you, on my side, as the leader of this department, when it comes to people that I appoint, when it comes to department level issues, it's going to be the builder. It will no longer be because you're my fishing buddy, or we grew up in this department together. I'm going to put you here. I'm going to do this. I'm going to only hold who I want to hold accountable. It's going to be a builder, not a team player, because that's what they've been having in this department for many, many years. And it will not go away until you have someone that wants to deal with it.
Okay. You can keep the mic. This is the last question I think I have, unless there's another question from the audience. Okay, then. Why don't we take your question?
All right, Mr. White, I want to get this right.
I knew that question was going to be for me.
Really?
Yeah.
So you're running for the sheriff, the overseer over Compton. L.A. County?
Yes.
Oh, okay. See, that's what I didn't know.
Yes.
L.A. County. Okay. So is this what you have to do? You have to go against another opponent in order to become a sheriff?
Yes.
Okay. I got that. One more thing. In Compton, I have a grandson that's 19 years old, straight A student. He got stopped in Carson for a DUI. The sheriff was forcing him to sign papers at that point that he had a DUI, all right? But since I raised my grandson, I talked to him a lot, he didn't do it. They took him to Gardena for a blood test. They took him, he had a blood test and the other test he had, 0.0. Do you know I still had to go to court and fight that? How many African American people in Compton that are scared and they go ahead and sign and their blood test is 0.0? My grandson plays football. He's really good, high ranked in football, 19 years old. If he would have signed that, his whole career would have been messed up. But I didn't let that happen because I would have went on a hunger fast and sit right at Compton City Hall. 0.0. So it's so corrupted. And I am so scared for people in Compton that get stopped by police and they're forced to sign papers for a DUI. I just had to get that out. Thank you.
Yes. So to answer your first point, so everyone's here is clear. I am running for LA County Sheriff. That's the sheriff that's over 23 contracted cities in this county. So I'm running to be the sheriff. Yes, but the sheriff is responsible for appointing captains, which are in comparison to like chiefs within those different contracted cities. So whoever that captain is in that city, it's appointed by me. Captain, commander, chief, and above will be appointed by me. But yes, it's only 4 things that you can run for that you can vote for in the county. Sheriff is one of them, district attorney, tax assessor, board of supervisors. So those are very important things when it comes to no matter what city you're in. As long as you live in Los Angeles County, you have to make sure you exercise your right to vote. Now to your grandson, I don't know the facts of that, but what you're telling me so far, by law, unfortunately, if you don't sign some things when it comes to traffic-related stops, by law, you can be taken in, okay? I don't know the facts of it, but I'm here to tell you that I'm glad you did what you did, because I'll give you a quick story on my first law enforcement experience. It happened right here. I was 17 years old. It happened right at the split on Compton Boulevard and Redondo Beach, right in front of Enterprise Middle School. I was traveling from my mom's house in Compton over to the next city in Carson. I was stopped, myself and two of my friends. I had a license. I was a responsible driver, insurance, everything. My mom taught me all of those, taught me to be respectful. The fact that I have to be taught to be respectful and do all that, that's a whole nother story. But I was that. We were taken out of the vehicle. For what reason? Now that I know, there wasn't one. Since I know now, right? We were taken out of the vehicle. We were all handcuffed. We were all placed in the back seat. And our vehicle was searched. Again, I didn't understand. I wasn't educated to know that these things cannot happen. That officer, who I wish I knew today, planted his backup weapon as a joke in my cousin's backpack. Okay? My mother called, she can attest to this story. My mother called the Compton Sheriff's Station, talked to watch commanders, complained, and knowing what I know now, that didn't go anywhere. That was on deaf ears, knowing what I know now. But today, luckily, we're living in, I would say, a better age because of technology. There wasn't body cams back then. There wasn't, social media back then. There wasn't someone waiting at the stop to making sure we were okay, right? But that was my first law enforcement experience. So I'm glad that you, as a parent, as a grandmother, you stepped up. I encourage people, file these complaints, go to those watch commanders, hold these people accountable, because if we don't, then it will continue that. It will continue those issues, and educate our young men and women to know their rights, because I didn't. Now knowing what I know, my rights were violated, right? Fully. But the issue that we have too, and I'm sorry, you gave me the stop. One thing. The issue that we have in law enforcement, period, we do not have enough men, young men and women that are policing our own communities. That's our biggest issue. We have to be able to start recruiting from here. Your grandson sounds like an outstanding young man. I was him, an outstanding young man, but no one came to me and said, you should probably join this department or fire department or these good jobs in these communities. We don't have that outreach. By the grace of God and by luck, I'm here in this position. I didn't have a mentor to get me through. I didn't have no one to say, this is what you do, this is what you apply, this is how you do this. I didn't have that. That's what we're missing. That's what I want to get back to. That's called community policing. We have to have programs that are built for our youth, for the people in our community, so we won't have young men and women not being afraid to want to work here. That's our biggest issue.
All right. Any other questions? Okay.
Oh, okay. Hi. Sorry if this question has been asked. I arrived a little tardy, but this is for you, for the future county sheriff.
Thank you.
I'd like to know what you feel or how you will deal with the over-policing that's happening, especially from federal agents, and especially wanting to know what you feel about the Values Act. Will the county sheriff cooperate with federal agents like ICE, who are attacking our communities and using excessive force, which these communities are very much familiar with, unfortunately? So, I'd like to hear what your thoughts are on that.
Yes. So, very important question. But here's what these officials are not really telling us. And I love to answer this all the time to make sure we are educated about it. The sheriff can't stop Donald Trump. Okay? I cannot do anything about a federal agency that's coming from the sheriff department. But what I can do is ensure that we are not taking place in any kind of raids, ensuring that we are respecting our communities no matter what color, skin you are, gender, ethnicity, whatever. I will ensure that we are educating our community and having communication with each other. Because I can tell you right now, we're losing the trust day in and day out by our own community members. As a detective, I am out on a daily basis knocking on doors, attending to crimes that need to be solved. And right now, when I show up in neighborhoods, because I am a detective, I don't have a full-on sheriff department uniform. My car doesn't say Los Angeles County Sheriff. I'm showing up simply to probably talk to a witness or gather video surveillance for someone that's been shot or some kind of violence that they've gone through, and doors are closing in my face because they believe that I am ICE. They're running into their homes or to their businesses and closing the doors, and I have to sit there and explain, excuse me, I'm not immigration. I've never had to do that in my entire career. In my entire career, I've never pulled up on a vendor and snatched them and put them in my car. In my entire career, I've never hunted Home Depots. Those are not our criminals. I know what our criminals look like. I deal with them every single day. Though we are going after the wrong people in our communities. We are going after the hardworking people, the people that trust us, the people that are probably going to solve that murder that hasn't been solved in many years because they actually have the information. We're ruining right now that trust. Because communication, because our current leader, I firmly believe if you don't speak on something, that means I believe you're for it. Our current leader, the current leader of my department, does not say anything about immigration. And he's a Latino man. So if you don't speak on it, either you are scared to piss off people that are backing you or you're for it. So I'm here to tell you I'm not for that. I'm not for tearing no department, no community down. I'm here to work with you guys. All of us. We should all be on the same team. But I will hold people accountable that need to. And it does not matter where you come from, what's your background. If you are around here destroying our neighborhoods, destroying businesses, tearing up our streets with these street takeovers, I don't care what you are or where you're from. You have to be held accountable for it.
The last question I'm going to ask, and I'll start with the 65th District candidate. Why should the people of Compton vote for you?
Okay, I have 3 minutes for this? 3 minutes?
3 minutes.
Okay. Yeah.
Take all 3 minutes, but
yeah,
you have
I will.
up to 3 minutes.
I had so much I wanted to say to all the questions at you too, so I'll take some time to say that. But you all know, right? I want to actually start with something like that. So what you talk about. So Compton, the whole city council, I don't know if you all know, just voted for surveillance technology that's been used in Black and immigrant communities to put Black children and immigrant children in the prison system, basically, and police them. I don't know why they all voted for it, right? So just be well aware of it. That is literally racist technology, okay? Racial profiling. So why you should vote for me? Like I started by saying, like, a Democrat's going to win this district, but we've had Democrats in Sacramento since the 90s. You tell me if, you've seen really Compton get some great investments, or you've seen projects that have been given money that are being done, right? You all know what I'm talking about. It's one thing to have a nice check and say, I'm going to give money. It's another thing to see results, right? So why you should support me is I'm not going up there for the paycheck. I'm not going up there, for myself, right? I'm going up there to deliver results, to organize, my legislators to get things done. I mentioned some of my endorsements by the Labor Fed. I'm also supported by our Congressmember, Nanette Barragan. I know a lot of you really like her level of services, right? And she's supporting me in this race. I would say I have the most intersectional set of support from every community, I'm sort of like, in this district. But the other reason is, I'm unbought and unbossed. I'm the only Democrat that can say that, right? I'm going up there to do the work, to make sure that you finally see changes in your district. When you see investments come in, you see the results of that. One example is housing, right? A lot of our taxpayer money has gone to housing, but the crisis has gotten worse. It's because no one is being the watchdog or making sure that money is spent where it's supposed to go. Is it being put into shelters? How many shelters? We talk about mental health, right? do we have wraparound services? You don't see the results of that. I'm running to be a transparent and accountable leader. If we are taxing, we're taking your taxpayer money, you deserve to know where it's going. Our state budget is one of the biggest in the world. That's why I'm running. I'm also running for co-governance. So a lot of times, I don't know how many town halls your Assembly members and senators have had here, but I believe policy should be from the bottom up. Right now, I know Compton is kind of at one of the most at-risk cities, right, under the state. That's not okay with me. Right? To me, I believe in equity, right? I want to make Compton a focus. I want to help you all work with your elected officials to get you out of that situation, get your budget in a surplus, you know? So that's the type of leader I will be. You know, I'm not running to do business as usual, right? I'm a Democrat, but there are times that the Democratic leadership or the governor may be on the wrong side. I'm running for Compton and for the community. And so that's why you should support me. Thank you.
Candidate for sheriff, the same question. Why should the citizens of Compton vote for you?
Yes. 3 points: change, accountability, and transparency. Something that we have not had to this day. When I decided to run for this office, I did something out of the ordinary. I'm a young man that's running for this gigantic seat that is still working for this department. It's the biggest difference. I'm still in the community day in and day out. In fact, I'm in this community, my city, multiple days out the week. And I think that's very important. I talked about it earlier. We cannot pick and choose where we want to lead and who we want to lead. For the longest, cities like this one, Carson, South LA, all of our undeserved cities that majority have black and brown young men and women in it, they are undeserved when it comes to the sheriff's department. But we spend very, very big money to have their services. Very big money. But the fact that these people can't even show up to speak to the citizens, to speak to the community, to hear their concerns, that's the problem. That's the problem right there. And it will not change. It will not change until we show up. Until we show up. It is on us. We have to vote. But most importantly, we have to do our homework. Because like she just said, I'm not bought and paid. I did this with family support, friend support, and my own money. My own money. I gave up stuff that I wanted to do in my personal life, but I see something when I see something that has become a problem over the last few years and no one's willing to do nothing about it. I stood up and said, you know what, I'm going to do this. I'm going to do it. I've done something that's unprecedented. A young man from the city of Compton, still working, running for an office like this. But I think that's what we need. That's the only way we're going to move forward. So I humbly ask for your vote. But most importantly, do your homework. Because that's what we need to do. And I'm here to tell you, I'll end on this. Because I am from this city, I take pride in it and I pay attention. I see a lot of names on these papers and I see a lot of people that didn't show up. So right there, you don't have my vote. You don't have my family's vote. You don't have my friends' vote that live in this city.
First of all, I want to thank both of you for coming out and answering the questions. Candidate White, the other candidate running for sheriff, Mr. Eric Strong, has arrived. If you still want to wait around, I'm going to hear from the city clerk and the treasurer first, and then I'm going to give him an opportunity to answer some questions. If you want to stay around for that, you can, but if not, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Ooh, all right. Can the candidate for city clerk and treasurer come forward? from our other two candidates, please? All right then. I'm, I'm going to ask the questions. We're going to conduct these questions in the same way that we just did the group before you. So I am going to start with, let's see, city clerk. All right. I'm going to start with the first question to the city clerk candidate, I believe Ms. Boone. And before I do ask you the first question, I'm going to take this opportunity or give you this opportunity to tell us a little bit about yourself, 1 minute. And then, Mr. Mims, I'm going to ask you to take 1 minute to tell us something about yourself as well. Thank you.
I know you're tired, but I'm going to try to make it as exciting as I can. My name is Lynn Boone, and I'm running for city clerk. This is my second time from the last election to now, running. I have a AA degree in business from Compton College. I have a bachelor's degree in public administration from National University, and I have a AAA plus degree from business in Compton, from working here and just reading the resolutions and attending the council meetings. I love this city. I love the people in this city. I've lost family members because I spend so much time in this city and in the council meetings. It's my time? Okay. One thing I want to say, I just want to address the elephant in the room right now. I ran in 2024. I had lost my oldest son in April of 2023 from cancer. And after I pulled papers, I lost my youngest son in a car accident. He owned the Planet Health in Compton. So I attended two candidates forums, and I found that I wasn't myself. So I pulled out, but it was too late to pull my name from the ballot. So I'm with pride to say, not even campaigning, I received over 3,000 votes. But I did endorse a candidate, Satra Zarita, because of my love for the city. I wanted the city to continue on. But since then, I've changed. But I've never, ever thought that anyone would be a better candidate for city clerk than myself. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I am the city treasurer, Brandon Mims. Been the city treasurer since 2021. I would encourage you to go to my website, brandonmims.com. We've been posting a lot of information about our interest earnings and the progress we've made in the treasurer's office in the last 5 years. There were a couple of things I want to make sure since I'm here and I heard them. The city is not about to go bankrupt, and money does not vaporize from our accounts, okay? So as the city treasurer, my primary responsibility is making sure that I watch our city bank accounts. And I can tell you that every single penny is safe in a bank account, and it does not vaporize magically. I will say that I've heard lots of candidates talk about the city's finances and the fact that the city is on a list and how that means that we cannot get anything done. I would just encourage all of you to pay attention to candidates that are talking about how we can move the city forward.
The first question is for the city clerk. The question is, the city clerk often oversees local elections. What steps will you take to ensure elections are fair, secure, and accessible to all eligible voters?
This is where I think I'm going to make it a little exciting. I go nowhere without my charter. We are a chartered city, and we're blessed to be a chartered city because chartered cities are cities that run their own self. Is my mic on? Okay. All right. Okay. We're blessed to be a chartered city. We don't pay anything into the state, And the reason why we're a chartered city is because we can prove to the state that we are self-alliance, that we can take care of ourselves. As you remember, we used to have the police department, the fire department, our own hospital, our own schools, and the farms where they could grow things. We were just self-sufficient, but as time has gone on, the little things have been taken from us. Not little things, but major things, which would make us a chartered city. We're not in line for our charter to be taken away from us, but we are in line to be taken advantage of from outside people. So my thing is to make the people knowledgeable as to what's going on. A lot of people don't want to vote. And for all the years I've been here, I can honestly say our voting needs to be addressed. Our elections, our voter registration must be purged, not from dead people. It needs to be purged from people that are still voting here in Compton that don't live here, no longer live here. But people are still voting here that have registered 3 or 4 times, and they receive 3 or 4 ballots, and it's not being accounted for. Our voter registration needs to be purged, and we have to ask for it to be purged. Reason being is because the county will not address a chartered city's voter registration. It is a lengthy process, but it will be worth it, because you'll know that the people voting are the ones that live here, are the ones that's paying property taxes, are the ones that want a difference. And by being the overseer over the election, which I want to get with our council so we can, along with the people, so we can make a difference in the voting process, because too much is given to the city clerk, too much leadway for the elections. Okay, and I just want to change that now. I'm not planning on staying here 40 years or 30 years, but I want that to be put in place for the people. Thank you.
This question is for the candidate for city treasurer. What specific steps will you take to ensure the city funds are properly managed? And how will you prevent misuse or misallocation of public money?
All right, so the best way the city treasurer can help prevent those is by being transparent with the residents. The city treasurer doesn't have the ability to control how council allocates money, but the city treasurer can communicate with residents about issues that may be coming before the council that they should be paying attention to. So I do meet with council members and try to keep them aware of issues of funding and strategies that they can use. But I really think the city treasurer's, the best course of action for the city treasurer is to be protecting the city's cash from a controls perspective, right? So we have policies in place, but we don't have a city controller. So when we don't have a city controller, then it falls to the city treasurer to be looking at the documents to make sure that all of the agreements went through the same process. So that's what I've been doing. I hope that I don't have to continue doing that. I hope that we will get a city controller, and the city controller can help with those things that are more appropriately tasked to that person. But yes, we've been filling in the gap in that place, but that's not really the treasurer's job. So, but hopefully, as I said, if we get a city treasurer, we can stop doing that.
This question is for the city treasurer. No, sorry, city clerk. Residents often interact with the city clerk's office for permits, records, and information. How will you improve responsiveness, transparency, and service?
I have been thinking about this for years. I just want to say the prior city attorney, city clerk, not the one now, but Alita Godwin, was a master clerk. And I just want to tell her, she really was. She really was. And I learned a lot from her. We have a 10-day window to respond to public requests. Right now, they're not following it at all. Nothing is being followed in this city. We have violations after violations of charter amendments. Charter issues. We have no city attorney. And I'm going to tell you, the city attorney was taken away. But that, people, that's our only law enforcement ally. And when you remove that person, you're leaving us wide open. The only thing we have is to sue or to write to your congressperson, your assembly person. But they all throw it right back on, you're a chartered city. You're supposed to take care of yourself. You know, it's sad, but the lackage is there, and that's another reason why I'm running. I thought the candidate that I had endorsed would address the urgency and the need and the service to the people, but it's not happening. But like I said, I've had a plan in place. I'm coming in with a team, not necessarily a team of employees, but a team of professionals that I've been speaking with to move this city faster, to move and make it more modernized. Because now they're using YouTube. Half of what goes on in the council meeting, it's not even being shown. So I'm just giving you that as an example. But we do need to change, and we need to change very, very soon. Thank you.
This is for the city treasurer candidate. Now, what ideas do you have to increase city revenue without overburdening residents with higher taxes or fees?
What we did was we restructured the city's interest earnings, and we've been increasing interest earnings. So now we make about $10 million a year in interest earnings, and that hasn't cost the residents a penny. So we'll continue doing that. So you'll continue to make that money. More than likely, we'll continue to come up with new methods to maximize your interest on every dollar that comes into the city. We'll probably begin meeting with departments and come up with a 12-month rolling forecast so we have a better idea of when they're going to spend money so that we can hold the money that they plan to spend longer for interest earnings. We're going to keep implementing best practices and benchmarking against other organizations that are leading the industry and making interest earnings. So that's what we'll continue doing.
Do we have any questions from the audience for, I think we do. Yes?
I hope I'm allowed to say this, but Miss Boone, every time I go to a meeting, I see Miss Boone. If anybody knows the city, it's Miss Boone. Everybody knows Miss Boone. I feel that she will be the best candidate in Compton to be the new city clerk. I just had to get that out. Thank you.
You have a question?
Good evening, Brandon, your favorite person. Brandon, my question to you, since we have some of the residents here, they want to know how many bank accounts do the city have in place, open or closed?
Brandon is doing one thing that I did not advise in the beginning, but we're going to let him do that. He's looking at his cell phone in order to get information. And for that particular question, then that's appropriate. But the rule is for this forum is that you cannot access your cell phone to assist you in gaining any information to answer a question. And we are allowing him to do that because to be able to answer that question, I'm quite sure he probably needs to look at his actual records to give an exact number, especially for closed accounts. So, Mr. Brandon, Mr. Mims, we're going to allow you to do that just for that question.
Thank you. Okay. We started with 28 accounts. We now have 15. I I can list you the balances as of last week, but there are 15 accounts currently. So we've closed 13 since 2021. The balance of
Well, do you think that's appropriate?
is public record.
Okay, then go ahead.
The balance of the operating accounts was 52,447,446. That is the balance of the operating accounts.
So we're not broke.
The combined balance of the operating accounts. And we have $314 million invested in the market.
And I just want to say, please try not to ask the candidates questions that will force them to use their cell phones. We don't want candidates using their cell phones to answer the questions. We want to get their first impression. So just think about that when you ask the question. Okay. Do you have a question? You have a question as well? Okay, I see three. Go ahead.
I don't know if you can answer this, Brandon, but I've been a citizen in Compton since I was 3 years old. I've lived in Compton on the east and the west side. I've been down the street for 41 years as a homeowner. Now, the question is which I've asked this plenty of times and kind of got shot down or what have you, but can you help with the answer as to why on our taxes we're paying a pension for the city employees as back in the day?
So the pension is voter indebtedness. So we pay it because at some point in the past, voters voted to have a partial tax in that amount. I believe, yeah, about that time.
It hasn't been overturned, so it's still good law.
Property taxes for these pensions are going up $108 a year. I have a list. Since we bought that property, I was 31 years old. I'm 72 now. And that property tax, the tax is going up at least $108 a year.
Yeah, so the issue...
And nobody's getting a cost of living on pensions.
Yeah. So the issue is if the city doesn't collect that money through a tax, then we would be short that amount of revenue. And more than likely would have to cut the equivalent amount of services to be able to afford to run the city, if that makes sense. So we collect 42 million. Don't quote me, sorry. We collect about 42 million in the pension tax. And then we budget that. So we use it to pay people and to do different things in the city, right? So if we don't collect that money from us, then it has to come from somewhere. I mean, it doesn't have to come from somewhere. If we don't collect it, then we have to take like a $40 million budget cut. Okay. So because the pension costs have to be paid, so you're gonna pay them either way.
I just wanted, is there a cutoff? I mean, whose pensions are we paying for since 47?
You are going to pay. You are going to pay for every employee's pension that works for the city forever.
Oh no, I gotta move.
Well, I mean, the way the tax is currently, yeah.
Change the law. I'm not moving because I'm.
Okay, I'll have a question, a statement. I was told that anyone that was hired after 2013, they're paying into their own pension. So anyone that was hired before that, that's what we're paying into. Is that correct?
So every city has pension debt, all right? Compton is not unique in that it has pension debt. And when people tell you that the city's pension debt is more money than we have, it's like somebody telling you if you had to pay off your house today, it would be more money than you have today. But you don't plan to pay off your house today. You plan to pay it off over 20 or 30 years. The city will not ever really have this is the pension cost, because that pension cost is going to change every year. we're just going to, like every other city, keep making payments on a pension because we have employees that are retired. And we will never have employees that are not retired, right? Because people are going to retire every year. So the way we would restructure our costs, if we want to bring the cost down, is we restructured the actual plan. So what we give to the employees, we can make that cheaper, right? So right now, I think employees vest after 5 years. They vest in our retirement system after 5 years. So if you extend that to 7 or 10 years, it doesn't actually reduce the cost. What it does is it impacts the actuarial calculation that's used to come up with the pension debt. So that's just a complex way of saying that if we reduce the cost of the plan today, it will reduce the cost of the plan in the future. So if we do things to make the plan cheaper today, then it will be cheaper for us also in the future. But pension debt is just one of the things that Southern California cities especially just have to manage.
We have a couple more questions.
Yeah, this question is for Ms. Boone. I would like to know how you would address a poll worker who comes to you and lets you know that one of the election booths was tampered with, and they reported it to their senior person and nothing was done.
Thank you for that question. It happens. It's been happening for years. Jasper Jackson, who one time sued the city because of an election, I actually was allowed to work with him. So we pulled the books from the city clerk's office. And you're absolutely right. All the books, the poll workers are writing in there. This family said, this family member is deceased, or this person doesn't live here. They all wrote notes. So after the election, I asked the city clerk, does she go through the books? She says, no. Those books get filed away, the election's over with, and, that's it. One of the changes that I really want to make is that once we get our voter roll poll purged, that we go back to people having to show their ID. You have the option of mailing it in. You don't have to leave your house. You can fill out your ballot, set it out for the postman. But if you feel you want to go to a booth, a voting poll, which is really costly, I want to tell you guys, that's where the cost for the elections come into play. If you want to go there, then you go there and be prepared to show your ID. And once they have your ID in the system, you're only going to get to vote once. You can go anywhere else, but you won't get to vote twice. And that's one of the changes. Because right now, we're one of the only cities that when these elected officials get in office, we can't recall them. And we can't recall them because the number of voters does not match the real count. So when they tell you you have to get 5 or 10% of the voting registration to recall someone, you'll never be able to capture that because you won't know that this person is voting 2 or 3 times, or there's people voting that no longer live in the city, and you can't go out and get their signature. I hope I answered your question.
We have one question up here.
No, I was just going to make a comment. Brandon, I think he's really doing a good job. A young man, he's forward thinking. And if you ever listen to Brandon, that's how he speaks, forward thinking. He don't come off with a negative, what they did, what they not doing. He always speaks, hey, this is what I'm doing. This is what, like the money he got invested in the city. You asked him about the bank accounts. He didn't have to go there, but he went there, And so I just want to, give you a thumbs up. You're doing a great job. A young man and forward thinking, moving the city forward. So I just wanted to say that.
I think there's another question in the back.
I appreciate your response, Brandon. We like that. But anyway, to you, Ms. Boone, what is the price, the cost of the election? We never got a thorough number last election, So maybe you can kind of highlight and give the resident an idea of how much we paying for these elections.
I can't. I'm not going to lie to you. I can't. I put in public requests after public requests. I receive nothing because I'm not the city clerk and because our elected officials refuse to ask what the cost is. The county controller will not, county recorder, I'm sorry, Mr. Dean Logan, will not reveal that information to just anybody, just a resident. You have to have that position or be an elected official of the city.
So with that being said, since the city has to pay for it, do it come out of our funding, Mr. Treasurer?
You can put in a public records request for those, and I'm sure.
I know I can, but I'm just asking the question. Do
I mean,
you ever
yes.
allocate? Do you ever see how much is coming through? How much we paying for these elections?
I see the invoices.
Could you give us a general breakdown of how much you have seen that we paid out for elections?
I would just be speculating. But the documents exist, so they can be requested.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Brandon, can you hear me? Let me let the airplane go by.
Hello? Yeah, okay.
Oh, that's me. Okay, the plane is gone. So I didn't hear you at first. Did you say we need a controller to help manage? And if we do need a controller for our city funds so people won't continuously stop, drop, and roll with the money, how do we go about getting a controller? Is it on the ballot? You guys pick it? How does that go?
Right. So the city controller is an accountant, the highest level accountant in the city, and that person is appointed by the city council. I believe they're recruiting for that position now, so hopefully they'll have a controller soon. But yes, to answer your question, that is the person who signs off. So before I get the payment, it has all of the approvals of the city manager and the city controller. So we rely on the city controller to know the policies and the controls that are active regarding certain funds, because that's not the duty of the treasurer. So that function is very critical. We had the mayor's forum earlier, and I believe during that forum we were talking about the audit findings, and so I've been here for 5 years and have talked for 5 years about the need for the controller's office to be better at helping us through this process. So the council has been aware of what has been needed to get that done. So there you go.
Okay, I believe the other candidate for city clerk's office, Miss Zarita, is here. So since you're sitting next to Miss Boone, we can just ask you those additional questions before we get to the sheriffs again. But Mr. Mims, not unless there are any additional questions for you, we want to thank you so much for coming out and answering so many technical questions for us, which really shows that you're doing your job. You're welcome. So I'm going to ask Ms. Zarita, would you just take a minute and tell us something about yourself? And if you could move over so everybody can have an opportunity to see you. Yeah, sit where Mr. Mims was sitting. All right. Would you tell us something about yourself, or you have a minute?
Well, I'm Satra Zarita, and I'm your Compton City Clerk. I've been doing the job for the past 14 months, and I'm honored to serve the citizens of Compton, and so far I've been able to start a digitization project that is going to be, when I finish it, over 500,000 documents. And we've started. We do passports in the city clerk's office. I've increased transparency. We have 2 Spanish-speaking staff persons in my office. There's never been a Spanish speaker in that office. So we're opening up the opportunities for more residents to participate in local government. I've started a Vault series that talks about the history of Compton, and I'm also working on an education program around voting so we can increase the number of people that participate in our local elections. I've sat on the school board for 20 years where we've turned around the graduation rate from 60% to 97%. And I have a proven track record of serving this community, and I'm honored, and I look forward to earning the support of everyone here. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to ask you this question. The city clerk often oversees local elections. What steps will you take to ensure elections are fair, secure, and accessible to all eligible voters?
Thank you. I'm currently working with the Register Recorder's Office, and they'll be doing a presentation at the April 28th City Council meeting, and I felt that was important so that citizens actually understand the entire process. We have pop-up mobile voting units, and we also have flex centers, which is where nonprofits host a voting poll where there are 2 machines, and oftentimes residents don't have trust in the process anymore. So I'm educating the community around how these things pop up in the community. They don't just pop up. The Register Recorder's Office handles putting mobile units into the community. They don't give us a schedule. They just pop up. And so I'm working to earn the trust of residents here in this community again around voting. So that's the way I'm working on a daily basis with the Register Recorder's Office.
I'm going to ask you this question. We've already asked Ms. Boone both of these questions already.
Okay.
But so the next question is, residents often interact with the city clerk's office for permits, records, and information. How will you improve responsiveness, transparency, and services?
When I came to the city clerk's office, we had 125 outstanding records requests. Now we have 6. The process works. Many times people don't understand the process. I don't have the records in my office. Citizens request records, and we pass them to the department that should have those records. Citizens' requests should be answered within 10 business days. If they cannot be answered within 10 business days, we can get an extension of 14 days. However, they should receive a response as to why they haven't received that information. I know it's a lot of requests around the credit cards, a lot of requests around other controversial things in the community, and I don't have the credit card statements. As soon as I got my hands on the statements up till October, I made sure they were released to the public. But in order to understand how my office is responsive, is to understand that we don't have the documents. Residents go to building and safety, they ask for documents, and they're sent to my office to get documents. They aren't told that they have to request the documents, and we don't have those documents in our office. So we're working to explain and educate residents around the process of requesting records and how they are produced.
Okay.
Good evening, Ms. Zarita. My question to you is about the elections. You know, I'm all about the finance of the city. That's one of my big pet peeves. Could you explain to the residents that's here how much it costs for the election? How much we have to contribute for the election?
It depends on what kind of election that it is. I remember the special election that the city had to have a few years ago. It was over $1 million. This year, it'll probably be between $500,000 and $600,000. And there's a place on the Register Recorder's website where even citizens can go and look up how they calculate the cost of each election. So I'm also providing information to residents about the voting process, about the opportunity to come review statements after candidates have submitted their statements, so that way there's a process where citizens can come review them and dispute or challenge what someone's statement is. So from beginning to end, I've provided little informational videos and information on the Compton City Clerk Instagram and Facebook pages to make the process more transparent for residents.
Okay, my next question is, I do a lot of public requests too, but I understand, you know, it takes time. But my biggest thing is by your office, the clerk that receive all the documents, every piece of literature documents, why do the department, and maybe that's a question I need to ask the mayor and everybody else, why do these different departments have to handle that paperwork when it should be filed in your office under the department's ledger? You follow me? So therefore, it can be like, if we need it, we can come to send it to you. Then you take whatever days it is to find these documents apart, searching all over the city, and nobody happened to have the paper, don't know where it is. But if it's more transparent, if it's in one location.
That's a great question, and I can say prior to my coming to the clerk's office, there were a lot of documents that were not kept in the clerk's office. So I've implemented a process where if someone is looking for an RFP right now, we don't have the RFP. We've checked with other departments. They don't have an RFP. And with technology the way that it is now, a simple scan of the document and electronic storage makes those documents accessible. The city clerk should have every critical document in the city. Prior to me coming there, they haven't. There's a lot of lawsuits that nobody knows what lawsuits they are, when they were filed, who's handling them. And so I've implemented a policy where everything that comes through our office is being scanned and stored electronically. So that way we have access. Oftentimes departments have contracts, and when you request the information from them, they don't have a copy of the contract. So we're working in the clerk's office to ensure that we are able to produce documents in the future. I can't pull back things from the past, but moving forward, I am definitely making it transparent and accessible to residents who request information.
Okay, I have two additional questions I just need to ask both candidates, and I'm going to start with you, Ms. Boone. Are you a team builder or a team player?
I'm going to have to say that I'm both. Okay. I'm a team builder by wanting the residents and everyone to know what's going on in this city. And I look at the clerk's office as being the #1 place for knowledge. You should be able to know what's going on in this city unless it's something personal or the information can't be given out because of a court document. But and I'm a team player because, like I had said a while ago, I had put together a team prior to me pulling out of the last election, and I still have that team going on, to where they're going to come in and they're going to refresh Compton. But it's not going to be at this huge dollar amount, and it's not going to take forever. We still have minutes that we haven't had for years, and they still haven't been brought before the people. The minutes should be able to be typed right along as the meeting is going on along, and everything should be verbatim. You shouldn't have to read a little bit of this and a little bit of that. So it's a lot of changes that need to come to the city clerk's office, but they need to move a little bit more faster than what they're doing. Thank you.
Right. I'm going to ask you, Ms. Rita, the same question. Are you a team builder or a team player?
Well, I know when to build a team and I know when to play on a team. And I have the ability to be whoever I need to be at the appropriate time. And I've built a team, an intergenerational, multilingual team in the city clerk's office. We can communicate with anybody. We've provided social media channels and information, as I said before, so that way we can communicate with others. I feel like building a team in the clerk's office has allowed me to be a team player with the residents in Compton. So when the residents request information, I live here in Compton as well. I pay taxes. So I treat residents the same way that I want to be treated. And so I think I do both, and I enjoy serving the residents of Compton. And this is, I guess I could say, my dream job. I ran for the first time in 2013, I think, and it wasn't my time. But now it's my time. There are a lot of things that are wrong in that office. You can't come in overnight and fix everything. But I have come in and I've assessed and I know what needs to be done, and we're working towards making that happen. And in civil service, if you look in the charter, you cannot bring your own team to work in that office. The civil service process is clear. People take a test, they earn the test, they go through the certification process, and you hire from a certified list. I can't bring my team. And I've made the office staff my team, so that's who my team is now. Okay.
Question. Why should the citizens of Compton vote for you?
They should vote for me because they know me. They know the work I've done. They know that I'm qualified. They know that I have a proven track record. I'm Compton. They know me. I shop here. I see them in the store. I see them in the bank. I see them in Kaiser. And I love to serve, and I love to help people. I've never ventured into state assembly or Senate because I like local government. I like to be able to see and hear the results. I like for people to grab me in the store and say, hey, I need your help. I've been trying this and I can't get any help. And I love helping and being able to hear about the help that I've done. And I wouldn't be able to do that on the state or federal level.
Ms. Boone, I'm going to ask you the same question. Why should the citizens of Compton vote for you?
The citizens of Compton, is it on? Okay. The citizens of Compton should vote for me because I know the charter. We are a chartered city. You guys really need to realize how much you're being disrespected by not using the charter, by not knowing the charter. You're being violated every day, at every instance, even in the city council meetings. And the Brown Act. The Brown Act states that all public meetings, even if you don't sign up, you're still allowed to speak. When Mr. Rita first took over, I read the Brown Act in a meeting. Never paid attention to it. The city manager address the Brown Act, and he read what he wanted the people to hear. So it was almost into the following year that they decided, oh, well, I guess we are violating the Brown Act, and they let the people speak. But it's just not that. It's the fact that the violations of the charter, you have to know the charter to uphold the charter. And in our charter, it says that the city clerk is supposed to uphold the charter and address the violations of the charter to the city. But if you don't know the charter, you don't know this, and you can't serve the people by allowing the violations. Thank you.
Ms. Zarita and Ms. Boone, we want to thank you for coming out and answering the questions for us. I don't think there are any additional questions at this time, so thank you. And we have a question? Oh, okay, I'm sorry about that. Here.
Hi. I wanted to know if we as citizens can get a passport through the city clerk's office.
Yes, you can get a passport through the city clerk's office. You can either call the office and make an appointment, or you can go on the city clerk's website and you have the opportunity to schedule an appointment. Our process is much friendlier than the post office or any passport centers. We do a lot of babies. Like I say, we like to serve the community. And I just like to say in closing that it takes much more than the city charter to run the city, and the city clerk's office takes the municipal code, the election code, the government code, the MADI Act. When I get a problem, I can't just go to the charter. I have to go to the municipal code, state law. So there are so many critical things that you have to take into account when posed with a question or a problem in the clerk's office. But yes, come on down. We'd be happy to do your passport. Yes, you can make an appointment either online in the clerk's office, or you can call and they'll make the appointment for you. Thank you.
Ms. Boone, do you wish to respond to that question? You have to use the mic, Ms. Boone.
I'm sorry. Can you repeat that, or is it the same question?
It's the same question.
About the
whether or
passport?
not you can get a passport in the city clerk's office? Yes,
Okay.
same question.
Okay, I'm not in the city clerk's office right now, but I will say this. Once getting in the office, we're not going to have passports for the very beginning. For the mere fact, the passports were never in the city clerk's office until maybe a couple of years ago, and they were all done by Ms. Godwin, who, like I said, was a master clerk. But we're so behind in the city clerk's office until we need to focus on coming up to par, making sure all the services that are addressed in the charter are met before we do an additional service. Thank you.
Welcome. So, you have a question?
No, I just want to, just a quick comment. Zarita, City Clerk Zarita, I went in your office. I just want to say I was very impressed. You're right. You had a great team there. It was very friendly, and it was a different environment. And so I just wanted to say, you're doing a good job. And Ms. Boone, I'm sure you've been around a long time, and so I want to thank both you guys. But I went in the office and I was impressed. Okay, I went in the city clerk's office in the past, and I didn't kind of felt like I was just being pushed out. But you're right; they were very receptive, very friendly, and so I want to thank you for that. And Zarita is Compton. I actually went to high school with Zarita too, by the way.
All right. I think that's it. So, Ms. Boone and Ms. Zarita, thank you so much once again for coming out. And at this time, I would like to ask the candidates for sheriff, Mr. Eric Strong. And I don't know, I'm going to get her too. I don't know whether or not the other candidate for sheriff, Mr. White, is still here. But if he's still here, he's welcome to come. Okay. If he's still here, he's welcome to come forward. And I do believe, which one? Eric Strong. He's not on there. Uh, Also, if I'm not mistaken, the other candidate for the 65th Assembly District is here as well. Miss Davis is here. And I don't know if the candidate, Miss Fatima Zabar, is still here. So if she's still here, I'm going to ask you to just sit next to Mr. White. Okay. Well, I don't know. Is there a Miss Davis? I'm going to ask you to come over a little bit closer to Mr. Strong. And the reason why I'm having the prior speaker, Miss Zabar, come forward is because we have Miss Davis here. And Miss Davis is also running for the 65th district. And just in case she's asked a question that Miss, I hope I'm pronouncing your last name correctly.
Just say Fatima. Just say Fatima. It's fine.
No, how do you pronounce your last name?
Iqbal Zubair. Miss Zubair.
Zubair?
Yeah.
Miss Zubair may be able to answer that question as well. And that's the same reason why I asked Mr. White to come forward if in questioning Mr. Strong, if there's a question that he did not get to answer, then we can hear from him as well. So I'm going to get started, and I'm going to start with asking Mr. Strong. The first question. Mr. Strong, before I do ask a question of you, as well as Ms. Davis, you get 1 minute to tell us about yourself, your qualifications, if that's how you want to spend your 1 minute. So starting with you, Mr. Strong, 1 minute to tell us something about yourself.
Yes, good afternoon. First of all, I want to apologize for being late. I had another event that I was at. I'm Eric Strong. I've recently retired. I have 32 years in law enforcement. I started my career right here in Compton in the early 90s with Compton Police Department. I worked Pasadena Police Department, the Sheriff's Department for about 25 years, and I ended my career, my last assignment was with LA County Probation as the Chief of Campus Safety and Security Operations. I have run the gamut of what you can do in this profession, from patrol, courts, custody, to being a gang investigator, working internal affairs. The remainder of my career towards the tail end was primarily within internal oversight. I have a bachelor's degree in management, a master's degree in criminal justice leadership, and I'm happy to be here and looking forward to answering your questions. Thank you.
1 minute for you to tell us something about yourself.
Yes, I am Dr. Ayanna Davis. I'm a lifelong resident of Compton, lived at 607 South Clymar Avenue since 1978. I have a bachelor's degree in political science from USC, a master's from Cal State Dominguez, and a master's from Cal State Northridge, and a doctorate degree from USC in organizational change and leadership and education. I'm a 32-year lifelong public servant. I know, I wish. Educator with LAUSD. I have 27 years as a principal with Los Angeles Unified School District. And I currently sit on the Compton School Board, where I say we're the Compton Miracle. Our students have graduated at a 94% rate from 53%. 88% of our students have got accepted to UC and Cal State systems. I am running because I'm a community-based candidate. I'm from here, lived here throughout 8065, educated here in Compton, went to Curtis and Carson and Banning High School, so I know firsthand the experiences and the knowledge and the background and understanding of what we need in the community. I have not left the community, still here. I'm endorsed, the only candidate endorsed by the incumbent, Mike Gibson, the California Democratic Party, the California Legislative Black Caucus, the mayors, Compton, Carson, Long Beach mayors, both Supervisor Janice Hahn and Holly Mitchell. I am running because I want to make sure that people in our community are able to still live here, affordability, health care, and public safety. I am endorsed by California professional firefighters, nurses, and law enforcement. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Strong, candidate Strong, the first question that I would like to ask you is, what specific actions would you take to improve relationship with communities that have historically felt over-policed or underprotected?
So here's what we have to do. We have to start with being able to be compassionate and empathetic, and that starts with having a shared experience. You know, growing up in LA County, most of my time in Carson, Compton, LA, I was harassed by law enforcement. I had negative experiences with law enforcement. I've been pulled over even as a law enforcement officer. I have family members that have suffered from addiction, mental health, and have spent a lot of time in the jail system. So I understand what it is. I even have a family member that was killed by law enforcement. So I understand the trauma and the our neighborhoods and our communities have experienced. And so what it takes is somebody that understands that will not deny it, that will say, yes, this stuff exists. And it takes somebody that's going to message that and set clear expectations within the department about what will be tolerated, what will not be tolerated, clear expectations of accountability. Also, community engagement. We have to come to where the community is. Gone will be the days where we're telling the community, hey, this is where the sheriff's department will be if you want to hear from them at this town hall, at this place, at this location. You have to come there. We will go to where the community is. We will go to the meetings. And the last thing I will say that we will do to increase community engagement is the residents of Compton need to have a voice. They need to have a seat at the table and a voice. And let me just be clear. Oftentimes people are given a seat at the table, but they're not given a voice. There's a difference. So what we will have is civilian advisory committees.
Affordability, from hearing what I hear the community say, they want to be able to stay in their homes, be able to buy groceries, afford gas, just the basic essentials. Public safety is a huge concern in the district, so that's why I have been supported by the law enforcement agencies in the community to not address accountability and transparency, but to make sure that we partner up with law enforcement to make sure our communities are safe. Third, I hear health care. You know, people are being priced out of health care and not able to afford medicine, so I want to make sure that I'm supporting health care. So I'm an educator first, and I do want to make sure that people have jobs and create jobs. So what I have been doing as a school board member and as a principal, I work closely with workforce development. I support the bills that are being introduced and already introduced to bring apprenticeships and jobs back into our community to help with affordability so people can afford to buy, pay for their medicines and be able to pay rent and their mortgage. So we're working on career pathways, skilled trades, fire department, EMT, carpenters, electricians. We're bringing those back into the high schools and community college where they're dual enrollment. So when they graduate, they have a good paying job. You do use a union paying job because I'm a Teamster leaving union. So those are some of the immediate things that we're working on right now today as a school board member and as a principal and as an educator to make sure we have good career pathways.
The next question is for a candidate Strong. How should the Sheriff's Department respond to calls involving mental health crises or homelessness, and what partnerships would you prioritize?
This is a great question. To be quite candid, the Sheriff's Department should start backing their way out of these calls. We need to have a stronger co-responder model where we bring behavioral health technicians, social workers, mental health professionals into the field. And what we have right now, we have a similar model, but there are other places that are doing it much better than we are. There are other places that are doing it 365, 24/7. So what we need it at every station, not a county-wide program that's going to take 3 or 4 hours to get there. I've already been in contact and collaborating with some of the experts in the industry here in LA County as far as mental health and recovery. We're working on a plan. We have a 77-page pilot program that we're putting together where we will be able to launch this within 60 days of taking office. This is not going to be something where we need a year to do an assessment and an evaluation. It's also not something that we're going to have to ask for additional money and additional funds. It's going to come right out of our budget. And what that looks like is this: an outcome-based diversion. People that are suffering mental health crisis, people that are suffering from substance abuse crisis in the moment, we're going to collaborate with a lot of the facilities that are right here in LA County and that we can take them directly to without taking them and putting them into our jail system first. That's part one. The second component of this is decarcerating those people that don't need to be there to begin with, where their only crime was suffering from mental health or maybe a psychosis because of the mental health compounded by substance abuse. And when they fit the correct criteria, we're going to start bringing them out of the jails and putting them in the resources that we can be sustainable and relevant. Listen, we're not going to get to real public safety until we address the public health issue. That's going to address the homelessness issue as well. We need to partner with a lot of these different communities. You know, the homelessness issue is really something that's addressed by city council, by mayors, by city council members, by the board of supervisors. But we have to collaborate. We have to partner with them. We have to be part of the solution. I can tell you that the solutions are not in jail cells. We've been trying that for decades. It's not working. What's the definition of insanity? Continue doing the same thing, right, and expecting a different result. So partnerships, collaboration, bringing the resources to the people where they are and bringing the people with warm handoffs to the facilities and resources that are going to be what's relevant and sustainable to them, because right now the only place we have for them is the jail, and that's a one-stop shop, and that's not working.
Thank you. This question is for Ms. Davis again. Ms. Davis, how will you help support funding for schools and create job training opportunities that prepare residents for today's workforce?
To continue what I've been doing, I sit as a board member where I'm fiduciary responsible for making sure that we have funding allocated for those programs right now. I could take that on a state level. I work with LAUSD where I participate in an organization for principals where we organize and we help fund for programs for career pathways. That wouldn't change at me on a state level. I built workforce development programs in the Watts community as a principal at Ethel Bradley Early Education Center, a quality early ed center that I built with the Black Women's Forum, Maxine Waters, Ethel Bradley, Rita Waters, and Diane Watson. So I have the experience, the education, the training to hit the ground on the day running to continue the work that I've already been doing. I have the support from the Speaker of the House, the Democratic legislative speaker, the Democratic chair. I'm building coalition with legislators because not only does it take for you to be endorsed by the legislator, it also means that you can work together to get things done. It's one thing to be elected, but you have to be able to get things done. So I built coalition with the caucuses and the legislators who are in leadership in the Capitol because they believe in me, that I can work together, build coalition, be cohesive, collaborate, and be able to pass bills and get things done.
Thank you. Candidate Strong, I want to ask you this question. Are you a team builder or a team player?
I am definitely both. As a team builder, I know that I have to have people smarter than me around the table. I cannot be the only one. I need to bring in industry experts, whatever that we're looking at. I need to bring in the brain trust, the people that have a greater amount of education, experience, knowledge in whatever systems that we're looking to rebuild, whether it's the jails, mental health, recovery, as I stated. I'm working with leaders in the industry, and they're going to be the advisor, as well as like technology. We need to work with leaders in the industry on technology. We can't be this one-stop, just all things internal, which is one of the problems that the sheriff department has. Also a team player. And as a team player, that means I'm collaborative with other agencies. I'm playing my role in terms of public safety, and I will have to play the role and be a team player with the judges, with the courts, with the DA's office, with the Board of Supervisors, with the mental health resources, with the Department of DMH, with civilian oversight. So those things go hand in hand. A team builder really needs to be a team player in order for that trust and communication bridge to be built.
Thank you. The same question for you, Ms. Davis. Are you a team builder or a team player?
Both. I've been the vice president of ALA Teamsters Local 2010, where I represented over 3,500 principals. So I led the team in contract negotiations, retirement benefits, defined work hours, so many workplace amenities that we had to fight for. So I led the team with that. And also as a team player, I'm a principal of a school. So I've been a principal for over 27 years. I have the fantastic teachers and staff who I've taken direction from. They come back and tell me what they think is working best, what's not working best. I'm not a top-down authoritarian. I believe in working collaboratively. I'm a listener, so I hear what my staff say, and I'm able to roll out and implement some of the things that they've asked for me to do. So I believe it's a balance. Sometimes you lead, sometimes you fall back and you let others lead you. Again, part of building collaboration and building teamwork with other elected officials, which I say I'm supporting because I've worked with them for over many years. Being a team leader as a governing school board member, deciding on programs, contracts that benefit students. Not all the time do we agree. You know, we go to closed sessions and we disagree oftentimes, and I'm able to compromise and negotiate and say, hey, let's try your way and see if that'll work this time. So yes, I believe in negotiating, compromising, and falling back and oftentimes letting others lead.
Ms. Davis, hold on to the mic. I'm going to ask you this question. Why should the citizens of Compton vote for you?
Representation matters. Who better understands what we need is someone who lives right here. You know, I'm right here down the street, like I say, 607 South Clymar Avenue. You know, I come from family legacy here in Compton. My dad was a retired captain of the fire department. My mother was the HR director for the city. My uncle retired captain of the fire department. I'm educated in the city. I worked in the city. I know here I'm 8065. I worked in Watts, built a school in Watts, firsthand, experience with the families here in Watts, South Central LA, went to school in Wilmington and Banning, have the support from IOW, married a longshoreman. So, I'm here. I'm part of this district. I understand the needs of the district. I didn't move into the district to run. I haven't run over and over for this seat. I've been asked to succeed the assembly member in this seat because he believed in me, along with other people believe that I can get the job done. And that's why I think the Compton residents should support me, because I am a Compton resident for first, and have always been one.
Thank you. Candidate Strong, why should the people of Compton, the citizens of Compton, vote for you?
Because it's time for real change and real reform. Listen, I started my career here. I grew up very close around this city. We lived in Compton when I was very young before moving to Carson. My father was a police officer in this city. My mother worked in the courthouse right here for 37 years. Very connected. And one of the things that I will say is this. In this world of politics, we have to get together. We have never had a black sheriff. And I want you to think about that. We've had a black president. We've had a black vice president, black chiefs of police for LA. We've had black mayors. We've never had a sheriff, and the sheriff is the singular most important law enforcement agency and position in the county, in any county. It's the chief law enforcement officer over all of the chiefs everywhere else. And I don't know if people really realize that. Not only do they patrol unincorporated areas and contract cities, they run the courts, they run the jails. They are the first agency that responds when there's a mutual aid situation and request. Agencies have to come through us. So when we have somebody that represents our city, when we have somebody that represents our community, when we have somebody that I will go commit to this as sheriff, you've never seen this, there will be an academy class that is 50% black. I can promise you that, because we're going to hire blacks. Whenever you hear somebody say that our department matches the demographic of the county, what they're telling you is it's a quota. You got 8% in the county, we got 8% in the department. When we get to 8%, we stop. No, there's a lot of good candidates that are still on the table that are being left, that are being intentionally disqualified. We need somebody that's going to represent our community. We need somebody that's going to represent the black community, and that's just being real, and it's not a zero-sum game. Representing the black community does not take away from the Latino community. It does not take away from the white community, the Asian community, the Armenian, anything. We need somebody that's going to represent that, and we need to work together to get the right person in office. I ran on the last election. I came in third place, 15%. And the only reason I think I came in third because there was another black candidate who was very popular, but I outpaced him by double. The community heard me. They understand that what my vision is, my experience is, and what I have to offer is valuable and important. If we want to get somebody out like Luna, we got to work together. We got to stick together. We got to get behind the strongest candidate and help put them in office, and that's what I'm asking for, your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions in the audience from the candidates now that we have two candidates for Assembly District 65 and the two candidates for the Sheriff's Department? Do we have any questions in the audience? No questions?
Any questions? Going once.
I'm going to start with you, Ms. Zavar Fatima. I'm going to let her do it again. I'm going to ask each and every one of you to make a closing statement if you want to do that. You cannot use your phones to assist you in making a closing statement. We want to hear from you. We want your impression. And we're going to limit the closing statement to no longer than 2 minutes. So our timekeeper is going to keep that. You can start now.
Yeah, thank you. I'd like to address some things my opponent brought up in my closing statement. I'm really proud of having run before number one. It takes courage to do that. I didn't do it for myself. I did it because I wanted better representation. I wanted someone that would make it more affordable. The definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. That's why I ran. I sacrificed my time and my family's time and my young son's time to run. In 2022, in the middle of the election, I got cut out of the district. 1 block away. That's the only reason I had to move to keep running in the general election. There's no other reason. The second thing I'd like to know is you heard both of us talk about affordability. I am strongly opposing Measure AA that the district opposed. It's going to raise your property taxes. That's action, right? I am strongly not just talking about training programs, but I'm telling you how I'm going to fund it. I am bold enough to say that I support closing Water's Edge, support taxing the billionaires to make it happen. It's not about just building a coalition in Sacramento. Things don't get passed. I've been in state policy there for a few years now. But the things don't get passed because there's no funding. Democrats are not willing to hold the wealthy accountable to fund our schools and fund our program. It's been happening for decades. If they could have done it with the right Democrats, it would have happened. There's not enough up there. So yes, I am running for change. I'm proud of this community. I'm running because I love my students. I love my family. My husband's been here since I was 5. So I hope I can earn your vote, and I'll be a fighter for you, and I will make sure you fund the things that you want. Thank you.
Candidate White.
Yes. One thing that I'm going to say is that change requires change. What does that look like? Myself. I am not tied to 30 years worth of experience, 30 years of the same problems, 30 years of friendships, 30 years of rolling with the flow. My short career, I stood up early. I didn't wait till I was retired to go against the grain. I'm not worried about where I'm going to go from here on out. I am happy where I'm at. I'm blessed to be where I'm at. But I also will stand up and stand up for my people, stand up for everyone, stand up for my generation, the next generation. In fact, when I'm retired, I want to be retired. So I don't want to do this 20 years from now. That's the honest truth. But while I'm here, I'm going to do it. There's no one ever that has done this at this age, at this time in their career. And I'm not afraid of that. Only person that I fear is the man upstairs. But I walk in his footsteps, and he gave me the courage, the faith to do this. I respect experience. I do. But what has that gotten us this far? And that's what we really have to pay attention to. We can have 100, 200 years of experience. What has that gotten us within the sheriff's department? The same old issues. We have to move forward in our minds, in the way we think, and in the way we take action. It's time for our next generation to stand up. It's time for us, myself, my generation to stand up, and I'm going to do that for you, for the people. Thank you.
Candidate Strong.
Yeah. Listen, 32 years of experience. I didn't wait until I retired. I ran last time when I was still working full time. As a matter of fact, my wife was targeted and put under 2 investigations because of that. One of the reasons that I made it to lieutenant and no higher is because that is the last testable rank that you can go to. I never danced to the tune. I never relayed the message. And in order to get in the captain ranks and the executive ranks in the sheriff's department, it's a tap on the shoulder. There's no legitimate grievable process. I understand that Mr. White has never worked with me, never worked for me, doesn't know me, but he's assuming that just because there's 32 years that I must have been in bed and partying and socializing with these other people. Absolutely not. I worked internal affairs. I investigated them. I worked advocacy. I investigated them and I reviewed them. I worked audit and accountability. I investigated them. And I held them accountable. I held them accountable to the limit that I could. And I spoke out all the time. So when you don't know about some of the processes that go on beyond the rank of lieutenant, when you have not had a seat behind the curtain and you know what some of the processes are, it's very hard to understand and have the experience to run a $4 billion agency with approximately 18,000 employees if you've never actually been a supervisor. I respect this young man for getting out there and doing what he's doing. I reached out to him multiple times before I announced, and even since then, he's not my enemy. He's not my foe. I wish we could work together. But what we need is we need some experience and some people that are going to come in and can do the job. Listen, sometimes you don't understand and recognize the value of experience until you get some. And that's what I have. I've been standing up my entire career. I stood up when I was at Compton PD as a union board member. And there was times when I could have gotten fired for doing the right thing. And I stood up and I did it. Even when I was on probation, I started that early in my career. I'm committed to this community and every community. I've worked with the kids. I've engaged with the communities. I've brought programs in. I brought hair care and second call into probation. These are programs that they did not have at the time. So I've been working within the community and trying to get things done my entire career. I will not stop. And just because I'm retired, that doesn't mean that stop. That just means on to the next thing and making this community better.
Thank you. All right then. And Ms. Davis, please.
Yes, again. So I am Dr. Ayanna Davis, and I am running because I am a mother. I've been a single mom, a divorcee. I understand what it takes to struggle. I want to build more affordable housing in the community by streamlining costs and fees. I have oversaw budgets, $1 million as a school principal, oversee millions of dollars in balanced budgets as a school board member. So I have the experience, the training to help change our 8065 and be a partner and collaborate with those who are currently in leadership. Again, it does take team to build the community. It does take a person who is able to have the experience, again, the training as a policymaker and as a leader to help deliver things that we need to have done in 8065. Affordability, housing, help with the homelessness, get to the root causes, mental health, resources, jobs, support from the ports, because, you know, the ports are the backbone of 8065 in the state of California. So we want to make sure that we don't have people who come into our communities and want to dismantle current jobs that we have for our community members who have been incarcerated, need reentry and jobs that they can have access to in Assembly District 65 specific. So these are reasons why I'm here, to preserve our community, protect our current residents, and make sure that we are investing fully in education, housing, health care, and to get our homeless population someplace to live safely.
Okay. I want to thank each and every one of you for coming out and providing us with information today. It was deeply appreciated, and thank you. But also, I want to say something to the people who are remaining. Even though the candidates are important, you are more important because you came out to this forum. You've heard from these candidates, and you may walk away with knowing who you want to vote for. You may walk away knowing who you want to get additional information on, and I encourage you to do that. But don't keep it to yourself. What good is it to have information and knowledge if you don't share it? So I'm asking, and I'm quite sure this committee that put together this forum, and I'm quite sure all the candidates who came out to speak, is asking you to share that information that you've learned with your family, with your friends, with your church members, with anyone that will listen to you, because it's important that we are informed voters. It is important that we vote. If we don't vote, then we really don't have anything to question, do we? So we need to vote, and we need to encourage everyone around us to vote. So thank you for coming out. We appreciate it.